Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. In the summer of 2007, I was babysitting my baby cousin, Cameron. He was only 1 or 2 years old at the time. We were in an old house, with a worn-out, old-fashioned sofa in the basement. There was also an old wheelchair in a closet down there. I was told that a man had died in that wheelchair, suffering from some kind of leg disease. The closet door was always kept shut to prevent Cameron from playing with it. It was really hot upstairs, so I decided to take Cameron downstairs where it was cooler. Utah summers can be brutally dry, and the basement was a nice escape from the heat. Cameron was happily playing with his toys when, out of nowhere, he suddenly jerked his head up and stared straight ahead. I looked over at him, wondering what had caught his attention. His gaze was fixed on the closet with the wheelchair. The door was open. I glanced back at Cameron, and now he was pointing directly into the open closet. It seemed strange, but I tried to distract him. "Cameron, there's the choo-choo train," I said, hoping to pull his focus away. But he wouldn't budge. He kept his eyes locked on the closet, and then, he started growling and grimacing, his little teeth showing. At that point, I decided it was best to leave. I picked him up and started heading upstairs. As I did, Cameron continued growling, and I could hear heavy breathing a few feet away from us. That was when I panicked. I rushed up the stairs, heart racing. I was really worried, so I called my aunt, Cameron's mom. I told her about the closet door being open and how Cameron was growling at it. To my surprise, she didn't think I sounded crazy. She said she was just 2 blocks away and would be home in a few seconds. I felt a little better knowing she was on her way. Just as I was hanging up the phone, I heard a door slammed shut downstairs. A few seconds later, my aunt and cousin walked through the front door. I wanted to figure out what caused the slam, but I was too scared to go down there alone. I asked my cousin to come with me, and she agreed. When we got downstairs, the first thing I noticed was that the closet door was now shut. My cousin tried to open it, but she couldn't. It didn't feel like a normal locked door. She said it felt firm, like someone was holding it from the inside. The lock was the kind you could pick with a bobby pin, and lucky for us, I had a couple of them in my hair. I handed one to my cousin, and within about 10 seconds she had unlocked the door. We quickly turned on the light. Inside, there was nothing but the empty, old wheelchair. My sister Thera, pronounced Tara, has always been a bit of a skeptic when it comes to ghosts. She usually jokes that with so many people around, she doesn't need to worry about invisible ones watching us. However, there are 2 experiences she simply cannot explain. She's given me permission to share them here. The first happened shortly after I moved out of our parents' house and Thera took over my old room. She said that while studying one night, she kept feeling like she was being watched. After a while, she decided to stop studying and read a book to wind down before bed. About an hour into reading, she started to feel the familiar sensation of the bed gently shaking, something we'd both gotten used to in that house. We never thought much of it, assuming it was just the washing machine running. Later, Thera realized that the washing machine hadn't been on. Still uneasy, she decided to go to bed. In the middle of the night, she woke up, or so she thought. In her dream, she was trying to turn on the light, but something in the room kept switching it off. She fought to keep it on, but then the bulb exploded. She woke up for real, but she couldn't move. The only sound she could make was a strangled gluck, gluck, gurgle, gurgle, gluck, gluck, as she tried to scream for our mom. She said she felt a heavy pressure over her body, like something was holding her down. Finally, the pressure lifted. She ran to the light switch, flipped it on, and crash, the bulb burst. Terrified, she ran to the living room, glancing at the clock and realizing she had only been asleep for about 5 minutes. She told our mom what happened and ended up sleeping on the couch for the next few nights. The second experience took place in the house where Thera lives now. Before I share her story, I want to add my own thoughts. Last Christmas, Thera and her partner AJ went on a cruise for the holiday. I thought it would be a great idea to clean her house and make it festive for their return on Christmas Eve. Given that I was dealing with a difficult pregnancy, it took me the entire week they were gone to finish it. My brother even rearranged her furniture. She had always hated where it was, and it's still in the same spot today. While I was there, I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I kept seeing the shadow of a man walking back and forth between the 2 back bedrooms. I also noticed that her female cat, Olive, seemed to notice this figure too. About 8 months later, Thera had her own strange experience. One night, she was lying in bed when she looked up and saw a man at the foot of her bed. He was dressed in modern clothes, a black hooded sweatshirt, baggy black jeans, and a wave cap. She described him as gaunt and a little bug-eyed, saying he reminded her of a crack-addicted patient she had seen a few nights before. When she saw him, she screamed, and he just seemed to sink down into the floor. Thera bolted upright, and the man was gone. She would have seen him run past her to the door if he had. She got up to check the house, and the back door was hanging wide open. It had been broken at the time, and would sometimes swing open on its own. As we talked about it, Thera began second-guessing herself. At first, she was sure she woke up because of the man, but then she wondered if she had just woken up because she screamed. We discussed whether it was a ghost. If so, who was he? What did he want? Was he warning her about the door being open? Was he a previous tenant? Or was he an old patient? Thera didn't want to consider the last possibility. I personally think, if you were a confused crack addict in life, your spirit might still be confused. Maybe he was just passing through on his search for home. These are Thera's stories, and I hope you enjoyed them. On a side note, we were talking about our parents' house, and Thera mentioned that she had similar experiences to mine, which I've shared in one of my earlier stories. She's also heard her name called, had her bed shake, and seen shadows. I was born and raised in the South, where hunting, fishing, and spending time outdoors are a big part of who I am. Over the years, I've found myself in some places that, if someone allowed it, could be terrifying. But nothing stands out more than what happened in 1986. I was at a hunting camp near Tignall, Georgia, with a few friends. I had spotted an area that had been clear-cut about 3 or 4 years earlier, with thick undergrowth up to head height, perfect cover for deer. My buddies said they had hunted the area before but had no luck, but I thought it was just what I needed. I drove my truck up the service road, then carried my portable deer stand to a strong tree at the edge of the clearing and climbed up. On my way to the stand, I passed an old foundation with a still-standing chimney. It looked like a house from before the Civil War. I settled in the tree, hoping to see something, but after hours of waiting, I saw nothing. Then I looked at the chimney again, and there was a man in a dark jacket, staring right at me. Even though I had permission to hunt the land, I decided to make contact and make sure I wasn't trespassing. I waved at the man, but he didn't respond. I climbed down and walked over, but when I got to the chimney, no one was there. I went back up the tree, and he was back, staring at me. I yelled at him, but again, he didn't move. I broke a rule of hunting. I focused in on him with my scope. He was wearing a plain jacket and pants, and I could see a beard. Annoyed, I climbed down again, walked over to the chimney, and took a close look at the area. There was an old bucket near the chimney and a tree with 2 broken limbs. These landmarks were directly behind the man, yet there were no footprints on the ground. Only mine. At this point, I was both scared and angry. I figured one of my buddies was messing with me, so I checked the area around the foundation thoroughly. Nothing. I decided to leave. I grabbed my tree stand and took one last look from the tree. Sure enough, there he was again. I did something I've never done before. I took a shot. A round from my 30-06 went right above his head. He didn't even blink. I was confused, so I shot again, this time at his feet. Same result. He didn't flinch. That's when I knew something was very wrong. I quickly packed up my stuff and left. As I walked past the old house, I saw where my bullet had hit the ground and where the second one had struck the chimney. I was done. I hurried to my truck and drove off, my hands shaking. As I drove up the service road, I couldn't stop thinking about the morning. There were no birds, no signs of wildlife, no deer, no rabbits, no squirrels. It was as if the woods were dead. When I reached the main road, I saw an old black man working in his garden. I stopped and asked him about the land I had just been on. He laughed and told me, "Ain't nothing lives down that road but trees." He added that during the Civil War, a whole family had been killed by a stranger, who was never caught. His grandpa had told him that, and all he knew was that it was a waste of time to hunt in those woods. I went back to camp, packed up quietly, and left without saying a word. I never told the guys what happened. I knew they would just laugh. But every now and then, I have a dream where I'm back in that tree, and a man walks up to it. I always wake up terrified. I've always been fascinated by old houses, especially grand Victorian ones. Growing up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, which was once a lumbering town, I've always loved exploring the area's historic homes, many dating back to the late 1800s. Some of these houses are well known, and I can even name the original owners as I drive by them. It's exciting to me. But the house I'm about to tell you about wasn't famous. It was just an old house, and the strange events that happened there were probably tied to the people who lived in it. This particular house was on Chippewa Street, an area that's getting shabbier as it stretches further away from the grander houses along the river. Chippewa Street is next to Water Street, the college area of town, where the nightlife is full of bars and drunken activity. Nothing unusual for a college town. One night, two of my friends and I were at a bar, and my guy friend had keys to his friend's apartment. She had gone to Vegas and asked him to look after her fish while she was away. My other friend had been ditched by someone else, so she ended up coming with me and my guy friend. We decided to head over to the girl's place for the night since it was close to the bar. I'd been to her apartment the day before, and the only thing I felt from it was that it was an old, rundown place with a bunch of pot smokers who didn't believe in anything beyond the smoke. But that night would turn out to be unsettling. We got to the apartment around bar close. My girlfriend sat in a comfy recliner while I lay down on a layout bed next to the TV, flipping through the channels. It felt good to be somewhere with cable again. My guy friend didn't want to sleep alone in the other room, so he crashed on the floor, and the three of us settled in for the night, exhausted. It wasn't long before something began tugging at me. At first I thought it was my guy friend rolling around or flopping his arms on me. I was too tired to care and ignored it. But then, I started hearing strange noises, almost like they were coming from our sleep. Normally, I'm a light sleeper, but this time I was so tired that I barely noticed. Still, whatever it was kept trying to wake me up. Then it felt like something was pulling at my body, like the covers were being yanked off. I looked around, but there was nothing there, not even my guy friend, who had passed out on the floor. I tried to ignore it again and fell back asleep, but not long after, the tugging happened again. This time, I woke up fully and looked around the room to see what was going on. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a light behind my friend's chair, casting a beam of green light on the wall, dancing like it was alive. The light seemed to come from behind her chair, and she was completely passed out, not stirring at all. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was imagining it, but I knew it was real. I said out loud, "What the hell is that?" This was too much for me to ignore. I closed my eyes and told myself, "I'm too tired to deal with this." After that, I didn't wake up again until morning, when we all started talking about what had happened. My friend swore she hadn't woken up at all during the night. My guy friend said he heard some strange noise but couldn't figure out what it was. I told them about the tugging sensation and the green light. We were all puzzled. I made him call his friend to ask if her apartment was weird. She laughed it off, saying he was probably on drugs. Haha, yeah, okay, she was the one smoking, not us. I then asked him to ask her if her grandma had been visiting or something. That's when she freaked out. She said her grandma had passed away, and that her cuckoo clock had stopped working the day she died. Apparently, her grandma looked out for her. I thought it was an innocent question, but it clearly struck a nerve. After that, the girl rushed home from Vegas, and we quickly left the apartment. We never went back. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever she was involved in, being an atheist and all, wasn't good, and it seemed like it had left some unpleasant spirits behind. I doubt it was her grandma, but I threw it out there as a possibility. When she returned from Vegas, she demanded her key back, and after that, none of us heard from her again. Thank God. About 9 or 10 years ago, I had a ghostly encounter on a hilltop in West Wickham, Buckinghamshire, UK. The area has long been associated with the Dashwood family, who built the family mausoleum, church, and a small cemetery on the hilltop. At the bottom, there are man-made caves dating back to the 17th century, which run into the hill. Part of a Hammer horror film, To the Devil a Daughter, was filmed here, and the area is known for its eerie atmosphere, especially at night when it's dark and misty. On a sunny afternoon, I decided to take one of my Dobermans for a walk. It must have been a weekday, as there was no one else around. Normally, there are people walking their dogs or families enjoying the views, but today it was quiet. I walked my dog off-lead, and he was about 60 to 70 meters ahead of me, facing the cemetery area. Suddenly, he started growling. At first, I thought he might have spotted a rabbit or something small, but the growling was unusual. Normally, he would chase rabbits, not growl at them, so I found it odd. I continued walking, but the growling persisted. My dog remained in the same spot, staring intently at the area around the cemetery. I called him a couple of times, but he stayed fixated. When I looked closer, I saw what I can only describe as a human-shaped outline, but it was transparent, like I could see through it to the trees and leaves behind it. It was about 120 meters away, the same distance from me as my dog was. I stood there, staring in disbelief, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I even checked where the sun was to see if it was some strange reflection, but no, whatever it was right there. I began to feel a rising sense of panic and started walking faster. As I moved, the figure moved in the opposite direction. I stopped, and so did it. I repeated this a few times, each time with the same result. The figure mirrored my movements. By now, I was truly freaked out and started running toward my car, not daring to look back. While I ran, my dog, who had stayed still up until then, suddenly ran over to me. We both bolted to the car and quickly drove away, shaken. Since then, I've continued to walk my dogs there, but I only go with friends and never at night. I've tried to make sense of what happened, but I have no explanation. The day had been beautiful, there was no one else around, and the whole experience still unsettles me. A few years later, I watched one of the Predator movies and told my friend, who knew about my encounter, that the Predator's see-through camouflage reminded me of what I saw that day, though the figure I saw was more like an outline of a human shape. My ghostly encounter happened in the early 70s when I was in my early 20s. I had just gotten married, and my husband and I rented a house a few doors down from my parents' home in Oak Cliff, a suburb of Dallas. My dad had bought several rundown houses, fixed them up, and resold them. The house we were renting was one of those, about 80 to 100 years old. It wasn't very large, but it had a lot of character, and we were happy to have a home we could afford. The house still needed some repairs, but we exchanged doing those repairs for much of our rent. In the first few months, We spent a lot of time painting and cleaning, but there was nothing particularly unusual about the house, except for the front bedroom, which always felt unusually cold. We had space heaters throughout the house, so cold spots weren't too surprising. My husband worked early, getting up around 5:30 a.m., and was out the door by 6 a.m. At first, I would wake up with him to see him off for the day, but he insisted I sleep in since I didn't have to be at work until 9 a.m. He'd reset the alarm to wake me by 7:30 a.m., which I appreciated. He'd kiss me goodbye, and I'd hear the front door lock as he left, then drift back to sleep. One morning, however, things were different. After my husband left, and I heard the door lock, I tried to fall back asleep. But something felt off. I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I felt someone staring at me. I was lying on my side, and it felt like someone was watching my back. It sounds silly, but I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence. I opened my eyes and slowly turned my head. There was enough light from the window to see clearly, and as I glanced over my shoulder, I saw a man standing in the hallway. I sat straight up in bed to scream, but he disappeared. Just like that, he vanished. I was shaken and confused. I thought maybe I dreamed it, but when I got up to check the front door, it was locked. I nervously walked around the house, carrying a fireplace tool in case someone jumped out at me, but the house was empty except for me. For the next few mornings, I woke up to see my husband off, too scared to go back to sleep. About a week later, I convinced myself it had all been a dream and decided to sleep in after he left. Several days passed with no issues. But then, one morning, I got that same feeling again. I sat up in bed, and sure enough, the man was standing in the hallway again. He was staring at me, with no expression on his face. I stared back, frozen. He finally turned and drifted down the hallway, out of sight. By drifted, I mean his feet didn't seem to move. His arms were at his sides, and he didn't change his expression. He glided down the hallway, and I could never see his feet. I was shaken and wondered if I was losing my mind. I didn't believe in ghosts, and had never experienced anything like this before. I didn't want to tell my husband or my parents for fear they would laugh or think I was crazy. This happened several more times over the next few weeks. The man and I would stare at each other, then he'd drift away. Sometimes he would float backward while keeping his eyes on me. Other times, he'd turn his whole body and float away. I remember every detail about him. He was an older man, probably in his 50s, balding, wearing a tan-colored suit with a striped blue and brown tie. I never saw his feet or shoes. When I sat up in bed, he would glide backward down the hallway, and I never saw his feet. He appeared 3 to 4 times a week, but never when my husband was there. Over time, I grew used to seeing him, and although I never felt he was there to harm me, I did try talking to him a few times. But the moment I opened my mouth, he would drift away down the hallway. A few years after we moved in, my dad mentioned that Miss Brady, the lady who used to live in the house, wanted to drop by and see the improvements we've made. She and her family had lived there for over 50 years, and now she was in a nursing home. My parents knew her family, and they had purchased the house from her when she moved. The house had been through several renters, but no one had stayed more than 6 months. One Sunday afternoon, my dad picked up Miss Brady and brought her over. She was a sweet, old lady, and she walked slowly around the house, admiring the work we had done. She was happy we'd taken good care of it, and said her family would be proud. We sat in the living room, and I served her coffee and cookies while she reminisced about the neighborhood from years ago. She pulled out some old pictures, and the first one she showed me was of her daughter when she was about 5. The second was a picture of Miss Brady when she first moved into the house, planting flowers in the front yard. She looked stunning. The third picture was of her and her husband sitting on the front porch. As I looked closely at the picture of her husband, I must have gasped. Miss Brady immediately noticed and asked, "Oh, honey, have you seen Albert here?" She went on, "He used to visit me every morning after he passed on." I was stunned and asked her what she meant. I told her I had seen a man in the hallway several times, just staring at me. She wasn't surprised at all. She said that Albert used to visit her every morning in her bedroom after his death. She thought he was just confused to see someone else in the bed. She then explained that Albert had been struck by a vehicle while crossing a busy street to catch a bus. After the accident, he brushed himself off, said he had a headache, and laid down on the sofa to rest. He never woke up. Miss Brady said she could never get over his death and even continued to set a place for him at the dinner table. Years later, he began appearing in her bedroom, watching over her to make sure she was safe. She wasn't shocked that I was seeing his ghost. Before she left, Miss Brady hugged me and called out to Albert, telling him to be nice to me. I didn't want Albert to be nice, I wanted him to leave. After that, I never saw him again. Maybe he followed her to the nursing home. There were a few odd occurrences afterward, like hearing knocks on the wall, but the house was so old it could have been the pipes, or at least that's what I told myself. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This incident happened to me and a close friend back in 1987, when we were in our early 20s, attending college in Bangalore, India. Both of us were from Kerala, and we were staying at the college hostel. One late night, my friend received a call from his father, who was working in Kuwait at the time. His father asked him to deliver his passport to his brother before his departure to Kuwait the next morning. Since Bangalore is around 850 kilometers from Trivandrum Airport, getting there on time with the available transport wasn't feasible. My friend came to me and asked if we should ride my bike to Trivandrum, and I agreed. The next morning, we set off for Trivandrum. Our route took us through some remote areas, including the Sathyamangalam forests in Tamil Nadu, but we made it through without any issues since it was still daylight. We reached Trivandrum around 9 p.m., handed over the passport to his brother, and decided to rest before making the return journey to Bangalore the next day. Our exams weren't until the following week, so we planned to leave after getting some sleep. The return trip wasn't as smooth. We were both tired, had to stop multiple times, and reached a place called Salem around midnight. Despite being exhausted, we decided to push on, knowing it would be dangerous to travel through the Sathyamangalam forest at night. Now, let me explain why the Sathyamangalam forest was dangerous at that time. A notorious bandit named Veerappan, known for smuggling sandalwood and elephant tusks, roamed the area. He was responsible for the deaths of nearly 140 people and terrorized the Indian Army for over 15 years. He would sneak through the forest day and night, killing anyone who crossed his path. Villagers near the forest even considered him a god, and after his death, his wife ran for office. In 1987, his criminal activities were at their peak. We were both tired, and as we made our way through the forest, we kept talking to stay awake. Our conversation drifted to Veerappan, his brutal actions, and the inefficiency of the Indian Army in catching him. By the time we were midway through the forest, we were both genuinely frightened, though we tried to look brave. We stopped to have some coffee from a flask and smoke a cigar to stay awake. It wasn't until we stopped that we realized how dark it had gotten. We couldn't see each other clearly, and we struggled to pour the coffee. As we were lighting the cigar, we saw something strange. About 10 meters in front of us, on the right side of the road, we noticed a large firelight. It appeared to be behind something dark and solid. As we watched, we saw 6 lantern-like lights emerge, lined up in a row, moving toward us. Both of us froze in fear and muttered, "It's Veerappan." The entire area lit up, and we realized that the lights weren't from lanterns, they were something else. The lights hovered about a meter above the ground and moved slowly across the road, as if walking. Then they hovered on the left side of the road, paused for a moment, combined into a single light, and slowly vanished. We were paralyzed with fear for at least 15 minutes. Finally, my friend jumped onto the bike, and I followed him. We sped off at full speed, not daring to look back. We reached the next town and stopped at a small tea shop, where some factory workers were having tea after their shift. We waited there until the sun came up. We were both certain that what we had seen was real. But when we returned to the hostel and told everyone, no one believed us. They all assumed we had fallen asleep and dreamt it up. But two people can't have the same dream while smoking, can they? About a week later, our canteen manager, who had heard about our experience, told us he had heard a similar story from someone else. Apparently, a family of 6 had died in a car accident while returning from a pilgrimage. The lights we saw could have been the spirits of those family members. To this day, we can't forget that experience, and we are certain of what we saw that night. When I was 4, we moved from an apartment in New York City to a house upstate. At first, it was kind of funny. One night, my sisters and I were sleeping together when we heard someone walking up the stairs. My older sister asked my little sister, "Why is Alex coming upstairs so late?" I was in the same room and said, I'm right here." She asked, "Who is that then?" We knew it wasn't our parents. They were at work. We decided to ignore it, thinking it might be some sort of energy. Since it wasn't harmful, we didn't investigate. Another night, my whole family was upstairs sleeping when we heard a loud crash, like a heavy TV being dropped, followed by the sound of children laughing and running around. The next morning, we didn't say much until I brought it up. I said, "I heard a sound last night," and then everyone admitted to hearing the same thing. We lived close to a graveyard, but not too close. It didn't feel like a haunted house, though. My mother, who used to be a nun, took me to the graveyard. We found 2 crooked gravestones belonging to 2 children. She straightened them and placed flowers on their graves. The spirits didn't seem dangerous, just present. Later, I learned the house had been built with only 1 floor at first, and we added the 2nd floor. The house was once owned by a woman and 2 children. I still don't know much about how they died, but I wonder what happened to them. 2 years ago, while my mom was baking at night, I heard the most beautiful voice. It was faint but so clear, and I've never heard anything like it. It sounded as if it came from the dining room, and it said only one word, Marina, my mom's name. I asked my mom if she heard it, and she did. We both felt something strange, but neither of us were scared. It just left us wondering what was going on in the house. Upstairs, I never feel afraid. Maybe it's because we built that part of the house, and no one has died there, except my dog, who passed away outside. I sometimes hear him walking around, but I know he's a kind spirit. When I go downstairs, though, I feel watched, not afraid, but like someone is keeping an eye on me. It gets worse in the basement. It feels like bad things happen down there, and I don't feel safe. One time, my sister and I were home alone upstairs when I heard the kitchen door, leading to the basement, shaking. I thought it might be a burglar, but my dogs weren't barking. Instead, they were whining at the door, like they wanted someone to come in. I called the cops, and my sister went downstairs to check. She talked at the door, trying to scare whoever might be there, but the door kept shaking. When the cops arrived, the sound stopped. They found no footprints or signs of anyone being there. It was just a strange experience, and it hasn't happened again. About 8 years ago, my mom had the house blessed by a local priest. It felt safer after that, but now I'm wondering if the blessing is wearing off. I'm not sure what to do about it. When I feel scared or like I'm being watched, I can create an intense cold feeling, like wrapping myself in a wet, chilly sheet with little needles. It helps push away whatever feels off. It's like I have some control over it, and that helps me feel safe. It was one of those boring days when you have nothing to do. Then, someone comes along with plans, and you're excited because it's something you like. But later, something ruins it. It all started early one morning when I was lying in bed, watching TV. My mom came in and said we were going to the Everglades to canoe, with my cousin and aunt joining us. I quickly got out of bed, and we all got ready to go. The drive was about an hour, and when we arrived, there were hardly any people around. It was breezy and cold. We waited for my cousin and aunt for about 15 minutes. After organizing our canoeing plans, we headed outside. My aunt, cousin, and I got into one canoe, and we pushed off first, leaving my mom, dad, and sister behind. Once they were in the water, we started paddling. We'd been paddling for about 15 minutes, enjoying the scenery, when I saw something move in the water. I looked down and saw a figure swimming beneath us. The water was shallow, but the figure moved like it had all the space in the world. It stretched its arms and legs wide, moving freely even though the area was surrounded by sandbanks and mangrove trees. I stared harder and saw it was a boy, about 13 or 14, with beautiful blonde hair. I gasped loudly, hoping my family would hear me. The boy turned and locked eyes with me. His eyes were dark red, with black rings around them. I felt a wave of evil, sadness, and cruelty. As soon as he noticed me, he swam away, fading into the water. When I snapped back to reality, my family was around me, concerned. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mom asked. I nodded and lied. "Yeah, I thought I saw something in the water. It scared me, but it's nothing." We continued on with our sightseeing. But less than 5 minutes later, I saw the boy again. Through the thick mangroves, I saw him staring back at me, now with bright red eyes. I had a feeling we were in his territory, and we needed to leave. Our canoes drifted into an open area of the river. I couldn't stop staring at the boy. The wind picked up fast, and it got really cold. My cousin stood up, filming with her camera, and my aunt barely held her in place. As I kept my eyes on the boy, the wind got stronger. The boat tilted, and my cousin lost her balance and fell into the water. I quickly looked away from the boy to see my cousin struggling in the water. I reached out my arm to her, but then I remembered the boy's dark, evil look. I looked back, but the boy was gone. I panicked, reaching for my cousin as she struggled to get back on the boat. "Take my hand! Get back on the boat!" I yelled. She swam to me and grabbed my hand. I pulled her back onto the canoe, and she was fine. No harm done. I was on edge for the rest of the trip, and when we got back to shore, I saw the boy one last time. He gave me an evil wink and rolled his eyes back before fading away. My cousin suddenly cried out, "Ouch, my back hurts!" I lifted her shirt, and to everyone's surprise, her back was covered in huge black and blue bruises. She looked like a plum from the back. "I don't even remember getting hurt," she said. I just shrugged and said, "Who knows?" But deep down, I knew the boy had something to do with it. We left soon after. A few years later, I went back and asked one of the workers about the history of the place after telling them what happened. They told me a story about a boy in his teens who had been playing in the water where we had canoed. He'd made a bet with his friend to see who could hold their breath the longest. The boy was from a poor family and wanted to win the money badly. After the bet, the friend touched the boy, only to find he was floating. The friend pulled him out of the water and tried to get help, but it was too late. The boy had drowned. His parents, devastated by the loss of their only son, both committed suicide shortly after. I understood the story completely. As I walked out of the Everglades Center, I looked down at the spot where we had canoed, and there was the boy again, standing and watching me. This time, his eyes were light blue. I smiled at him and waved goodbye. He gave me a small smile back, as if he knew I understood. I walked away, knowing the boy would always be there. When I was younger, we lived near a graveyard. It was separated by a dip and a main road, next to an intersection. I wouldn't say anything supernatural happened, but there was definitely bad luck. My father and some friends crashed their motorbike right at that intersection. As people stopped to help, he suddenly jumped up, trying to claw at the dirt walls by the road. The onlookers watched, trying to figure out what was going on, when he started to burn with opaque flames. He'd somehow gotten petrol inside his jacket, and was burning from the inside out. I'm not sure if the white cross at that intersection is still there, but they eventually shut it off. We moved soon after. Our next house was in a valley, semi-rural, and looked like it had once been a farm with horse paddocks. old stables, and a big shed. We lived in a little cottage next to the main house for a while until the previous owners moved out. The cottage hadn't been used for decades and was filthy. We found the skin of a giant carpet python, who we never saw until years later when we found it in the shed and called a reptile removal service. The guy took one look at it and said, "I think I'll need a bigger bag." Eventually, we moved into the main house, and we rented the cottage to a couple we knew. They'd lost a baby and buried her in the cemetery we had lived opposite to. It was during this time we found out a man had been sneaking into our backyard multiple nights a week. The police tracked him down and discovered he was using the garden to hide and stalk the woman. It wasn't until after renovations that strange things began to happen. We hadn't realized how old the house was until we found a window inside the bathroom walls. We guessed the foundations had been laid since the early 1900s. My new room was the coldest in the house, despite the valley's chilly weather. My mom would always marvel at how my room never warmed up, and I felt like it had something to do with the cold spot. If you sat on my bed, which faced the doorway, the upper right-hand corner always felt wrong. It felt as though something was watching me from the ceiling, like a spider waiting in its web. That corner was unnerving. The house also had a windmill in the front yard. It didn't serve any real purpose except to make a loud clack, clack, clack noise all the time. My father was annoyed by it too, so he tied it up with rope, and during the day, it stayed silent. But at night, it would start clacking again, even when there was no wind. One night, while I was reading, something made me look up at the doors leading to the hallway. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, I saw a woman run past, dressed in a Victorian outfit, followed by a man in mining gear. They seemed to be laughing. I blinked, unsure of what I had just seen. I never really knew what happened. After that, I asked my mom to put curtains over the glass. I hadn't realized it then, but after the curtains were up, I never spent time in my room. I always played in the other rooms of the house, possibly because the cold spot made my room feel even more confining. I also never went near the windmill. I couldn't remember ever touching it. It wasn't until a few years later that I found a plaque on the windmill. It turned out that the windmill wasn't originally on our property. It had been moved there from a mining company out west. I'm still not sure about that house. I'm pretty down to earth and usually have explanations for strange things. I even chalked up the sounds in the ceiling and walls to rats or possums playing with the rat poison we put up there. The people I saw running past could have been my imagination. But honestly, I'm not sure. I've moved around a lot, 7 times in my life, and nothing else like that has ever happened. This happened about 6 years ago. My mom found out that the house she grew up in was available for rent. She was excited and asked me to go with her to see if anything had changed, like extra rooms or renovations. I didn't think much of it, but I was curious too, since some of my earliest memories were from that house. When we got there, nothing new had been added, but the house had been freshly painted, both inside and out. It looked almost brand new, except for the old wooden floors. The second I stepped inside, though, I felt strange, like I had walked into the home of my worst enemy. It was an unsettling feeling, like something was off. As we walked back to the car, I told my mom about the feeling and said I thought the house might be haunted. She brushed it off, saying I was just creeped out because the house was old. She didn't believe in ghosts. 2 weeks later, we moved in. The first few months were quiet, but I always felt like I was being watched. I often saw something in my peripheral vision, like someone walking past the piano. And yes, the previous owners had left their piano there. I started getting used to it, but once my brother moved out, that's when the strange stuff started. One night around 2:20 a.m., my mom came into my room looking shaken. I thought she just had a nightmare, so I asked her what happened. She told me I should sleep in her room because she was scared. I asked her what scared her, and then she said something that shocked me. She told me the house was haunted. That hit me hard because she had always been a skeptic, but now she believed me. I went with her to her room, and she explained what happened. She said that after 2 a.m., she woke up to have a smoke, which was a habit of hers. After switching off her bedside lamp and settling back into bed, she heard a terrible scream that seemed to come from my room, travel through the living room, and then a loud bang. Then everything went silent. She thought maybe one of my friends had come over, trying to wake me by calling at the window, and I had gotten scared and run into the living room, knocking over a plant stand. But there were no footsteps, and the wooden floors always creaked when we walked on them. She called for me but didn't get an answer. So she came into my room to check on me, only to find me fast asleep, completely unaware of anything. My mom said she knew it wasn't a dream. She hadn't even had time to turn over before hearing the scream. It couldn't have been me because she could hear the scream moving like someone was running, but there were no footsteps. The scream ended in the living room, the same place where other strange events occurred. I'll share more about that later. A few weeks later, a friend stayed over on a Friday night. As we were about to fall asleep, with the lights off, she asked me what was hanging from the ceiling in the far corner of the room. I looked over but didn't see anything. She described it as a black shadow, almost in the shape of a person. I thought she was just messing with me, but then the same thing happened a week later with my best friend. We were in bed, and she asked me the same thing, what was hanging in the corner. I was freaking out by then and told her that the other girl had seen the same thing. But I still couldn't see it. Now, I knew they hadn't discussed it, because they couldn't stand each other at the time. My best friend jumped out of bed, switched on the light, and we both fell asleep with the light on. The strange events continued, but I never fully understood what was going on. This all happened about 11 years ago, when my mom and stepdad moved into a house in a small town outside Camden. The house was tall, dark gray, and had a yard with hardly any grass, surrounded by trees that kept it shady. Inside, the house was set up with a big living room, leading straight into the kitchen. There was a small hallway on the right with a bedroom at each end and a bathroom in between. On the other side of the living room, there was a door with a vent. Opening it revealed a narrow, dark staircase that led to a large room upstairs. The upstairs room had a walled-off corner with a toilet and bathtub, and outside that wall was the sink. At the bottom of the stairs there were a few steps that led to a storage/laundry room, which was on the ground level, and a sliding door that went into the backyard. Hopefully, this gives you a good idea of the layout. My mom worked as a bartender at a local club, and my stepdad worked as security at the same place so he wouldn't have to drive back and forth to pick her up every night. In the beginning, everything seemed fine. But after a few weeks, they started noticing strange things. When they'd return home from work, the lights and water in the upstairs room would be on, and sometimes even lights and water in other parts of the house. They assumed someone was breaking in and messing with them. So, one night, they set up flour on the floor by all the doorways and taped the windows shut to see if they could find any signs of forced entry. But when they came home, the lights and water were on again, and the flour was undisturbed. The door was locked, and everything was as it had been. So, my mom went upstairs to turn off the lights and water. As she did, she said, "Whoever you are, if you're good, you can stay. If you're not, you need to leave and stop turning on the lights and water. We can't afford the bills." After that, it never happened again. They had a huge German shepherd named Nick, and he was terrified of the upstairs room. He would sit at the bottom of the stairs and whine, refusing to go up. The one time they did get him up there, he just sat shaking and whining before running back downstairs. My stepsister, Lisa, was about 3 years old at the time and had a room downstairs. She would play in there all day, laughing and talking to someone. When my mom asked who she was talking to, Lisa said her friend was there. The friend had a name that sounded Native American, but my mom couldn't remember it. Lisa said that her friend's parents would come pick her up at the end of the day, and they would go home. Lisa described them as having long black hair and talking funny. She didn't even know what Indians were, but that's how she described them. My mom figured it was just an imaginary friend and didn't think much of it. One night my stepdad's mom stayed over. She was sitting on the couch next to the kitchen doorway when she thought she saw my mom's turquoise bathrobe pass by. She yelled into the kitchen, asking my mom to make some coffee, but there was no reply. When she went into the kitchen, it was empty. One day, my stepdad was home alone taking a bath. He left the door open since no one was home. When my mom came home, he was outside, visibly shaken. He told her that while he was in the bath, he saw a ball of mist float across the living room and move toward the vent in the door that led upstairs. It freaked him out so much that he ran outside in his underwear, then got dressed in the car. My mom told me that one night, during a cookout, they heard the weirdest music coming from the woods behind the house. She couldn't even describe it to me, but there were also lights out there. The woods went on for miles, and no one lived back there. My stepdad and the guys grabbed flashlights and guns and went to check it out, but they never found the source of the music or the lights. When my sister and I stayed over for the weekend, we would sometimes play upstairs, but we always got so scared that we had to run downstairs after a while. My mom would make us a pallet on the living room floor to sleep on because we were too frightened to sleep upstairs. We were only 10 and 11 years old at the time, but we always felt like someone was watching us. After they moved out, a lady who knew my mom moved in. She ran into my mom at a store one day and asked if anything strange had happened in the house. When my mom said yes, the lady told her that she had seen a ball of mist come from the door with the vent and turn into a figure of a woman halfway across the living room, then go out the front door. Almost exactly the same thing my stepdad had seen. Now, when we drive past that house, which is rare, I feel this strong pull, like I need to be there. Something about that house draws me in. I can't explain it, but I feel like there's something there for me. If I had the money and if it was still for sale, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. Does it make sense to say that I feel like there's something in that house waiting for me? It's been about 2 months since we first encountered our unwelcome visitor. Both my roommate and I are being disturbed by two spirits that have somehow made their way into our home. We don't know where they came from or what it is that draws them to us, but it's clear we've got two now. They seem to arrive shortly after Christmas, not long after our third roommate moved out. The first one is a child, playful and mischievous. He likes to mess with our feet while we try to sleep. He usually shows up early in the night, standing by the nightstand for a while before moving around the bedroom and playing. But his visit is often interrupted by an older, disgruntled man, probably in his late 30s or early 40s. This older man isn't threatening, but he's definitely unsettling. He likes to stand right next to my roommate's bed and watch him while he sleeps. It's happened on multiple occasions. A few nights ago, I went into my roommate's room and saw the shadowy figure of this older man leaning over my roommate, who was asleep. The man had his arms on either side of my roommate and was staring directly at his face, just inches away. I woke my roommate up and told him what I saw. He was too tired to really react, just went back to sleep. I stayed up for hours, watching him closely, making sure nothing happened. It seems like the older man is more drawn to my roommate, while the child seems more interested in me. The next morning, my roommate told me about a dream he had 2 days before the older man appeared. In the dream, he was in the bedroom, trying to sleep, when he noticed a child standing by the bed, staring at him. The child moved to the other side of the bed, and then my roommate walked into the living room. There, he saw the older man sitting on the floor with his back to him. Suddenly, the man's head snapped backward and he began laughing in a menacing way. After that dream, the activity in the house ramped up. We often wake up to the sound of someone walking into the room, but no one is there. Sometimes my roommate can't sleep because he feels like someone is watching him. Other times, while we're getting ready to sleep, the door will suddenly shut on its own. This has happened several times now. Shuffling sounds around the room, shadows moving through the space. It doesn't happen every night, but it's at least 4 times a week. It's now the 3rd week of January, and things are still happening. It's hard to ignore, and it's becoming harder to get a good night's sleep with all the strange occurrences. This happened about 2 months ago, and it was one of those nights where we thought it would just be another typical trip. There were 4 of us, 3 friends and me. We decided to get drunk and went to an old, forgotten graveyard that was about 800 yards off an old gravel road. We'd been there before, but this time we brought more booze than usual. The graveyard itself was strange, even though we'd been there many times. It was tucked out in a field, surrounded by trees, and had this eerie, foreboding feeling. Nothing grew around the graves except grass and the occasional wildflower, and no one seemed to take care of it. The oldest headstone we found dated back to 1918, and the most recent one I remember was from 1932. What was odd, though, was the number of children's graves there. Many of them were under the age of 10. We started drinking right away. We played drinking games and did all the stupid things drunk people do. But that night, we crossed the line. Instead of leaving the graveyard to take care of business like we'd done in the past, we all became lazy and ended up using the graves themselves. I was the first to go, not really thinking twice about it. A friend told me I should stop because it was disrespectful, but I brushed it off. "Dead people have more important things to worry about," I said as I laughed it off. The others, despite their initial hesitations, followed suit and did the same. Looking back, I can't believe I did that. Not because I was worried something would happen, but because it was just disrespectful. If I hadn't been so drunk, I wouldn't have done it. Later that night, I was propped up against the gravestone, watching my friends by the fire. Natasha, one of the girls who came with us, was sitting next to me as I stared through half-closed eyes. The others were jumping over the fire, laughing, and doing stupid things. Jim, one of my closest friends, looked over at me, and I thought he was going to say something. But instead, his face turned pale, and he started screaming. "Oh my God, what is that?" He screamed this over and over, and then backed into the fire. He tripped and fell into it. It wasn't a big fire, but his shirt instantly caught on fire, probably because some booze had spilled on it. I jumped up to help him, freaked out by the screaming, and ran over to pull him out of the fire. He rolled out of the fire, yelling, "Oh my God, get it away from me! Get it away!" The others rushed over, confused, asking what was going on. Jim just started crying and blubbering, unable to explain himself. As I tried to get him up, the others began to mention how cold it suddenly was. I couldn't feel it, but they kept saying how freezing it had become. I didn't understand what they meant until I noticed how quiet it had gotten. There was no more laughter, no more talking. Bob, who was standing next to me, said in a trembling voice, Did you hear that?" I looked at him, and his face went ashen. The guy who had been helping Jim let go of him, dropping him to the ground. In that instant, everything felt still, like time slowed. We all froze for a second, then without saying another word, everyone took off running toward the road, screaming. Natasha, who had been behind me, screamed, "Don't leave me!" Some of the others yelled back as they ran. "Run! Oh my God, run!" Natasha started running too, but as she got closer to me, she started crying. "Oh God, Jim, don't let it hurt me, please, please don't let it hurt me." I turned to look at her, ready to tell her it was just a joke, but as I looked into her eyes, I saw something that made my stomach drop, pure, unfiltered fear. I asked, "What's wrong?" Just then, the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard pierced the air. Natasha ran past me, reaching for Jim's hand. As she tripped over my leg, I lost my balance. Normally, I wouldn't have fallen, but I was really drunk. I stumbled backward, and everything went black. I woke up the next morning, face down in a ditch, halfway between the graveyard and my house. My head was spinning, and I felt like I was going to puke. As I stood up, I heard faint laughter. At first, I thought someone was standing over me, but when I looked around, I saw no one. My clothes were wet, and I smelled like urine. I thought to myself, "Great, I pissed myself while I was passed out." But as I looked more closely, I realized I was soaked from head to toe, completely drenched in it. I got up, walked the rest of the way home, and after cleaning myself off, I called Natasha. I asked her what had happened the night before, and she said she had no idea what I was talking about. She told me no one had gone to the graveyard in over 2 weeks, and certainly not the night before. I'm still not sure what happened that night, but I know it wasn't just a drunk prank. There was something about that place, something dark, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still out there. It was a few years ago, during a hike near Dead Horse Point with my ex-husband Sean and some friends, when we ended up getting lost. We had wandered off the trail and kept walking as it started to get dark. None of us knew which direction to go to find the trail again, so we kept going, hoping we'd find it. As the sun set, I started to get a strange feeling, like we were being watched from the darkness. We climbed over the top of a hill, and in the distance, I spotted firelight reflecting around a bend ahead of us. I quickened my pace, thinking it was other campers, and figured we could join them for the night and find our way back to the trail in the morning. But as I rounded the bend, I froze in shock. Sean nearly ran into me, and our friends bumped into each other behind us. There was murmuring from the group, but Sean and I were too stunned to say anything. At first I thought it was just another group of campers, but as I took in the scene, I realized they weren't like us, they were different. A small group of Native Americans was camped in an alcove in the cliffside. I didn't know which tribe they were from, but the scene looked domestic. There was an older man, maybe in his late 30s, a woman around the same age, a younger couple in their late teens or early 20s, and a little boy, about 5 or 6. The men were sitting by the fire, eating, while the women set up sleeping places, and the boy was running around playing. We just stood there, staring, as the scene slowly began to fade. They didn't seem to notice us at all, like we weren't even there. Once they had disappeared, we walked into the alcove, but there was no trace of a camp, no fire, no belongings, nothing. We decided to stay there for the night, and try to find the trail in the morning. When the sun rose, we searched the area more thoroughly and found a couple of items, an arrowhead and a turquoise bead. We also noticed dark, faded patches on the back wall of the alcove, almost like soot. The next day, we made our way out, and eventually, we were found by rangers. They had started looking for us when we hadn't returned to the campground at the time we said we would. I spoke to one of the rangers, and he told me that others had reported similar experiences in the area, things like seeing people who weren't really there. To this day, I can't explain what we saw, but I know that what we encountered wasn't just a trick of the light. This happened when I was 14, and I'll never forget it. My family and I were staying in a small village in England for the summer. We rented a quaint whitewashed house that had a large wooden door and a lovely garden. It felt cozy, even though it was sparsely furnished. My brother and I shared a room upstairs, just off a landing that connected the master bedroom and the washroom. The house was old, built sometime in the mid-1800s, but it had modern amenities like electricity. The house seemed like a nice place for the summer, nothing more. But there was one thing that unsettled me, something I couldn't shake. In the washroom, there was a large white door that led into a small storage space. The room was empty, save for the water heater. Still, whenever I passed by that door, a strange feeling came over me. I couldn't explain it, but it made me uneasy. One night, my parents took my brother to torment some cows and horses at a farm up the road. I was tired from a day of sightseeing, so I decided to stay behind. It was just me, alone in the house. I watched TV for a while, had a snack, and began wondering where my family was. As it got darker, I decided to go to bed. I turned off the lights in the kitchen, then headed upstairs to get ready. As I washed my face in the bathroom, I could see that large white door behind me in the mirror. I tried to ignore it and finished getting ready. I left the lights on in the washroom and the landing in case I needed to use the bathroom later, but I turned off the other lights. Lying in bed, I felt exhausted but not sleepy. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed the kitchen light was on. I assumed my family had come back, and my mom was making tea. But there was no sound of boiling water, no conversation, just silence and the light glowing from downstairs. Curious, I got up and went down to check. No one was there. Everything seemed normal. Locked doors, closed windows, nothing out of place, except for the kitchen light. I turned it off and went back upstairs. But when I reached the landing, I noticed the washroom light was on. Confused, I went back into the bathroom, half expecting to find my brother playing a prank. But the bathroom was empty, and to my horror, the large white door was wide open, leading into the dark space behind it. I froze. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a wave of fear. I slammed the door shut, turned off the light, and ran back to my bed, my heart pounding. I tried to calm down, but just as I started to doze off, I heard something. It wasn't clear what it was, but it was unsettling, something I couldn't quite describe. Whether it came from inside the house or outside, I still don't know. The air felt heavy, and I had the distinct feeling that I was being watched. I rolled over and looked through the landing, into the washroom. My heart stopped. The door was open again. This time, I couldn't ignore it. I jumped out of bed, turned on the bathroom light, and slammed the door shut with all my strength. Then, in a panic, I grabbed the ironing board and wedged it between the door and the bathtub to keep it closed. I rushed back to my room, jumped into bed, and tried to pretend nothing was wrong. But it got worse. The door rattled ever so slightly, and the ironing board fell to the floor. The lights flickered, first the washroom light, then the landing sconce, and finally the light in my room. Then, the most chilling thing happened. I heard a voice, but it wasn't audible. It was in my head, like a cry of sorrow, a heart-wrenching sob that echoed in my mind. I curled into a ball, covering my ears, begging whatever it was to stop. The sobbing grew louder, more desperate, until I could barely think. Then, like a miracle, I heard my little brother singing outside, his voice clear and light. The crying stopped immediately, and the lights flickered back on. I ran downstairs and found my mother sitting outside, pale and shaken. She rushed over to me as soon as she saw me. I told her what had happened, the lights, the crying, the door. But when I looked into her eyes, I saw something. She didn't believe me. I could tell. So, I changed my story, telling her it had been a nightmare. She stroked my hair and reassured me everything was fine, that I was safe now that they were back. But something was wrong. The next day, my mom wasn't feeling well. So my dad, brother, and I went sightseeing, leaving her at home. We spent the day at Warwick Castle and had dinner at a nice pub on the way back. When we arrived home around 9:30 p.m., we found my mom sitting outside in her nightrobe, looking pale and shaken. My dad told my brother and me to wait in the car while they talked. Their conversation was heated, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Then my dad, looking just as shaken as my mom, ran into the house. My mom came to the car and calmly told us we'd be staying at a hotel that night. My dad was packing our things. My brother complained about not being able to watch TV, but I knew why we were leaving. My mom had seen something too. We left that small, whitewashed house outside the village of Warwick, and we never went back. To this day, I don't know what we encountered, but I know it was something that terrified both me and my mother. This happened 2 years ago, and it's something I'll never forget. I'm 24 now, and while I'm not someone who considers themselves spiritually sensitive, what I experienced scared me deeply. I'm from a small district called Marienburg, which has a dark history. It was once a slave plantation founded by Dutch colonials in the 16th century. The area is steeped in legend, particularly one involving buried treasures. After slavery ended in 1863, many former slaves, and later immigrants from India and Indonesia, reportedly buried their money and jewelry, but not without a dark twist. According to local stories, these treasures were hidden with the help of demons. People would dig small holes, just big enough for a child, usually the poorest kids, to fit in. These children were lured into the holes with candy or food. Once the child was seated in the hole, the grave was covered with wood, trapping them inside. The child was buried alive, and it was believed that the spirit of the child would guard the buried treasures, preventing anyone from finding the jewelry or money, even if they dug up the same spot countless times. Some of these graves were later discovered, but the treasures were always missing. The child demons were said to remain trapped, wandering around, their spirits never at rest. You could sometimes hear the sound of jingling coins, or even the faint, heartbreaking cry of a child in the distance. I grew up hearing these stories, and though I didn't always believe in them, I never felt comfortable around the area, especially after hearing older people talk about strange sounds in the night. Now, let me tell you what happened to me. My father, who has African roots, would always warn me and my mother not to leave anything against the walls of our house, especially not ladders or benches near the windows. He was very strict about it, and we never really understood why. My mom, who enjoyed gardening, would sometimes leave benches near the windows, and my dad would get really upset. He'd walk around the house every night to make sure nothing was against the windows, checking everything meticulously. One day, however, he didn't check. I was sleeping with my mom in the bedroom when I woke up around 3 a.m. The room was dim, but I saw a small figure climbing through the window. At first I thought it was just a child, but as the figure turned around I froze. It wasn't just any child, it had an angry, demonic face. Its skin was decayed, and its teeth were falling out. The look of malice and rage in its eyes was something I can't put into words. No movie has ever captured the level of horror I felt at that moment. I immediately woke up my mom, and she saw it too. She called out the Lord's name, and the creature seemed to get even angrier. Without a word, it turned around and climbed back out of the window, disappearing into the night. From that moment on, we never left a bench or anything else near the windows. The fear of what we saw that night stuck with us, and my father's warnings took on a whole new meaning. To this day, I'm not sure if what we saw was a spirit or something else. But I do know that it was real, and I'll never forget that demonic face staring back at me in the dark. This story takes place when I was married to my now ex-husband. We had 2 small children, and we were looking for a house to accommodate our growing family. After some searching, we found a double-wide that seemed perfect, new, in great shape, and ready to move into. I wasn't too sure about it, but my ex was set on it. The moment I stepped inside, I felt an oppressive atmosphere, like the air was too thick, almost suffocating. From past experiences, I knew this was an omen. I told my ex that something was wrong with this house, and that we should move on to something else. But, as usual, he didn't listen. We moved in, and things started off quiet. I went to work, and my stepdad came by to watch the kids in the mornings. But after a week, I noticed he was getting anxious every time I came home. He seemed eager to leave and would practically rush out the door. I confronted him, asking why he was always in a hurry to go. That's when he told me that every morning around 9 a.m., he heard the back door open and footsteps walking through the house, through the den, the kitchen, and into the living room where he sat. He also heard voices, not anyone he recognized, just voices when there should have been none. This confirmed my suspicions. I didn't want to lose him as a sitter, so I promised him I'd talk to my husband and come up with a plan. Things took a dark turn the following weekend. My car broke down right down the road from our house. It was around midnight, and my husband was driving. He said that when the car stalled, he stepped out and immediately felt like someone was behind him. He started running, and whatever it was running after him. He ran all the way to our house, nearly breaking down the door, sobbing and shaking. He wouldn't speak of what he saw for hours. That Sunday night, my husband went into work his 3rd shift, leaving me alone with the kids. My 4-year-old son kept talking about something he saw in his room at night. He described it as a man in a black suit, and it scared him. I reassured him, telling him there was no one else in the house, and tucked both him and my 2-year-old in their beds. Around 1 a.m., I heard a noise coming from the boys' room. I thought one of them had gotten out of bed and was coming to mine. I was a little irritated, knowing I'd get kicked and pushed all night, but I didn't want to be bothered. I lay in bed with my back turned to the door. I heard little footsteps walking through the living room, then heard the door creak open. With my eyes still closed, I said, "Come on, Nick, get in the bed with Mama." I waited but heard nothing. I turned around, and to my surprise, no one was in my room. I checked their room, and both of them were sound asleep. I couldn't shake the odd feeling but brushed it off as my imagination. Months passed with no major incidents, but tension in the house grew. My husband and I started having arguments almost every night. He began drinking more and becoming abusive toward me, something that had never happened before we moved into that house. Then, one night after another violent argument, the kids came to me with something strange. After my husband stormed out to work, I checked on the boys. They were both asleep, but later that night, when I woke up, I found them in my bed, crying hysterically. When I calmed them down, my oldest son told me they had both seen the man in the black suit by the front door. Every time they tried to come to me, he would block them, threatening to hurt them and me. My son described the figure as short and squatty, like an old frog. The boys ran to my room, tried to wake me up, but couldn't. They thought I was dead until I finally woke up. They were relieved and fell back to sleep. That night, things spiraled out of control. My husband was beyond drunk, and we had a physical altercation in front of the kids. He pushed me down and tried to strangle me. In that moment, I looked into his eyes and knew something wasn't right. He wasn't my husband anymore. There was something else in him. I fought for my life and somehow managed to call the cops. The kids and I fled the house for good. When I went to get our things, I found that my ex had taken nearly everything that belonged to me and the kids. I grabbed whatever was left. That house, that land, it had driven me out. I've never been so scared in my life. Something chased me out of that house, and I've never gone back. Now, my oldest son is almost 11, and he still cries when you mention the White House or the Frog Man. He's never forgotten what happened. I'll always believe it wasn't the house itself that was haunted, but the land it was on. The atmosphere, the unease, it was all tied to that place, and it wasn't something we could escape. When I was 17, I spent a lot of time outside the summer before my senior year. I had planned to garden, but quickly realized I didn't have a green thumb. I spent most of my time planting, watering, or just sitting outside when I began to notice a boy walking down the school path near my house. The path ran between our house and the neighbors' homes, and it was common for kids, joggers, and others to use it. The boy usually walked by around 1 p.m., coming from the cul-de-sac across the street. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but I did notice his appearance. He wore a black fedora, a black sweatshirt, black pants, and black shoes. He walked with his head down, not in a rush but not lingering either. It seemed normal at first, just another kid walking by. For about a week, I saw him walk by around the same time. I started to get curious and decided to talk to him one day. I was 17, single, and maybe a little curious about a boy in the neighborhood. I waited in the backyard by a flower bed, and sure enough, he passed by right on schedule. I said, "Hey," and he stopped. When he turned around and looked at me, I froze. His face was completely pale, much paler than mine, and his lips were a light pinkish color. But it was his eyes that really threw me off. They looked vacant, almost lifeless, like there was nothing behind them. I felt a chill run through me. He didn't say anything, just turned around and continued walking. I quickly ran inside, feeling both rejected and terrified by what I had just seen. For days after, I avoided going outside around that time. My dad noticed and asked me why I had stopped working on the garden. I told him about the awkward encounter with the boy. My dad seemed concerned and asked who it was. I mentioned he might be from one of the houses across the street, and my dad responded, saying he thought someone had recently moved into one of those houses. He went on to explain that the house I was talking about had once been home to a family with a teenage son. Apparently, The son had hung himself in the garage, and after his death, the family moved out. That house had been empty ever since, at least to my dad's knowledge. After that, I saw the boy a few more times. I'd catch glimpses of him from the window, always in the same black outfit, walking down the same path. My senior year started, and I got busy with school, but the image of that boy stayed with me. A few years later, when I was 20, I was home visiting my parents and driving through the old neighborhood. I was at a four-way stop near the junior high school when I saw him again. It was dark, but I was the only car there. I looked both ways, then drove through the intersection. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, there he was again, walking down the street, head down, same black outfit. I nearly drove off the road in shock. Now, I know it could have been just a kid, maybe going through a goth phase, but after everything that happened, I can't shake the feeling that something else was going on. Even now, at 24, I still think about that boy and wonder if he's still walking that same path. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Nothing unusual happened to me for months, until January 10th. My longtime friend Madison was getting married. She got engaged at midnight on January 1st, 2008. You can imagine our surprise when he proposed. We didn't even know he was planning it. It was such a happy moment. I'm still smiling thinking about that day. I couldn't be happier for her. Madison and her fiancé were living in an amazing apartment her uncle had given them as an engagement and wedding gift. He's really wealthy. The wedding is planned for 2010. A week later, Madison invited me to stay at her place to check it out. I was on vacation, so I agreed and brought my girlfriend along. The apartment was incredible, better than a two-story house. The bathrooms, bedrooms, kitchen, everything was perfect. The first 2 nights were normal, but on the morning of January 10th, things changed. Around 4 to 5 a.m., Madison woke up screaming. Her fiancé had gone to his parents' house for the night, so she was alone. I quickly ran to her room to see what happened. She was crying and mumbling, saying she didn't want to, and didn't want something bad to happen to her. I tried to comfort her, telling her it was just a nightmare. After a few minutes, she calmed down and laughed it off. My girlfriend woke up and asked what happened, and we all laughed at the situation. She decided to stay with Madison until morning. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I turned on the TV and put it on a music channel, keeping the volume low enough so it wouldn't disturb anyone. I went to the kitchen to make some tea. While I was stirring my tea, I felt a cool breeze. The window was open, but the breeze shouldn't have come from that direction. I didn't think much of it. When I went back to the living room, I noticed the TV had changed channels. I thought my girlfriend must have gotten up, changed it, and gone to the bathroom, but when I checked, both of them were still asleep. I shrugged it off, thinking I must have changed the channel by accident. An hour later, everything was calm until I saw something move across the balcony. I got up, ready to deal with what I thought could be an intruder. I went into Madison's room to wake them up, but I didn't tell them what I saw. I just wanted them awake in case someone was outside. I went to the laundry room to get a gun Matt had mentioned in case of emergencies. I had never held a gun before, so I felt nervous but also powerful. As I stepped out, I heard the girls screaming. I rushed into their room and saw a shadowy figure in the bathroom doorway. I shot the gun at it, and it disappeared in a puff of smoke. The girls were shaking, and Madison was crying, saying, "He ruined the wedding of Eve." I asked who Eve was. She told me it was the woman in her dream from earlier that night. My girlfriend and I looked at each other, confused, and asked what happened to Eve at her wedding. Madison explained that in her dream, Eve was at her wedding and saw a faceless man. When she turned to her fiancé, his face was decaying. Everyone at the ceremony started bleeding, and the man flew toward Eve. That's when Madison woke up screaming. We were all freaked out by the dream. The next day, we tried to move on, but on January 12th, things got worse. Around 11 p.m., while we were watching a movie, we heard plates crashing in the kitchen. The girls got scared, as did Matt and I. We went to check, but everything was normal. We reassured the girls, but they wanted to leave right away. I was a little scared too, but I told them that ghosts can't hurt you and that the sounds were probably just echoes of the past. I had no idea what I was talking about. We decided to go to bed, but then we heard more strange noises, rumbles and bangs from the walls. My girlfriend got scared, so I played music on my iPod to calm us down. Matt and Madison came into our room and asked if we heard the noises. We all went to the living room together, hoping the sounds would stop. The lights were on, and the TV was on, but the banging and rumbling continued. Then we heard a loud growl. My girlfriend screamed, "Leave us alone!" The TV switched off, and we saw a face on the screen. The girls screamed, and we all ran out of the apartment. We stayed at Matt's parents' house, which was only 15 minutes away. Madison told her uncle about everything that happened, but he said he'd never experienced anything like that in the apartment. So what does this mean? Why did it happen to us and not her uncle? What was that creepy nightmare all about? By the way, Madison and her fiancé moved out of the apartment. It was sold, and her uncle bought them a new place to live. It's not haunted, thankfully. Matt and I are planning to go back to the apartment to talk to the new tenants and see if they've experienced anything strange. Nothing unusual happened to me for months, until January 10th. My dear friend Madison was getting married. She was proposed to at midnight on January 1st, 2008, and you can imagine our surprise when he popped the question. He hadn't mentioned anything to any of us beforehand. It was such a joyous occasion, and I still smile when I think about that day. I couldn't be happier for her. Madison and her fiancé were living together in an apartment her uncle had given them as an engagement and wedding gift. The place was incredible, better than a double-story house, and her uncle is really wealthy. The wedding is planned for 2010. A week later, Madison invited me to stay at her place to check it out. Since I was on annual leave, I accepted right away and brought my girlfriend along. The apartment was amazing. Everything about it was perfect. The bathrooms, bedrooms, kitchen. The first 2 nights were uneventful. Everything was normal. But then, on the morning of January 10th, things changed. Between 4 to 5 a.m., Madison woke up screaming. Since her fiancé was at his parents' house for the night, Madison was alone in her room. I quickly ran to check on her. She was crying, mumbling that she didn't want to, and didn't want something to happen to her. I tried to comfort her, telling her it was just a nightmare. After a few minutes, she calmed down and laughed it off. My girlfriend woke up and asked what had happened, and we both laughed at the situation. She decided to stay with Madison until morning. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I turned on the TV to the music channel at a low volume. I went to the kitchen to make tea. While I was stirring my tea, I felt a cool breeze pass by me. The window was open, but the breeze shouldn't have come from that direction. I didn't think much of it. When I returned to the living room, I noticed the TV had changed channels. I found it odd and went to check on Madison and my girlfriend, thinking maybe my girlfriend had gotten up, changed the channel, and gone to the bathroom. But when I opened the bedroom door, both of them were still asleep. I shrugged it off, thinking I had changed the channel by accident. An hour later, everything seemed normal, until I saw something move across the balcony. I got up, ready to defend the place, thinking there might be an intruder. I went to Madison's room to wake them up, but didn't mention what I'd seen. I just wanted them to be alert in case there was someone outside. I went to the laundry room to get the gun Matt had mentioned for emergencies. I'd never used a gun before, so I felt both powerful and scared at the same time. As I stepped out, I heard the girls scream. I rushed to their room and saw a shadowy figure at the bathroom door. Without thinking, I fired the gun at it. The bullet went right through the figure, and it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The girls were obviously terrified, and Madison was crying, saying, "He ruined the wedding of Eve." I asked who Eve was. Madison told me that Eve was the woman in her nightmare from earlier. Madison explained that in her dream, she experienced everything Eve felt during her wedding. During the ceremony, Eve saw a faceless man and turned to her fiancé, whose face was decaying. Then, everyone at the ceremony started bleeding, and the man flew down the aisle toward Eve. That's when Madison woke up screaming. My girlfriend and I were both freaked out by the dream. The next day, we tried to forget about it, but things didn't stay quiet for long. On January 12th, around 11 p.m., we were watching a movie when we heard plates crashing in the kitchen. Both girls were freaked out, and Matt and I were too. We went to check it out, but everything seemed fine. We told the girls, but they wanted to leave immediately. I tried to reassure them, telling them that ghosts couldn't hurt you and that the noises were just leftover energy. I didn't really know what I was talking about. We decided to go to bed. While lying down, my girlfriend stayed closer to me than usual. We started hearing strange noises, rumbles and bangs on the walls. My girlfriend was frightened, so I turned on my iPod for some calming music. Matt and Madison came into our room and asked if we heard the rumbling. We all went to the living room together. The lights and TV were on, but the banging continued. Then we heard a low, growling sound. My girlfriend screamed, "Leave us alone!" The TV switched off, and we saw a face on the screen. The girls screamed, and my heart stopped. We all ran out of the apartment. We stayed at Matt's parents' house, which was only 15 minutes away. Madison told her uncle about what happened, but he said he'd never experienced anything like that in the apartment. So what did all of this mean? Why did it happen to us and not her uncle? What was up with that nightmare? Madison and her fiancé moved out. The apartment was sold, and her uncle bought them a new place. No ghosts there. I recently moved from Anglesey to Chester because my dad wanted to study philosophy at Chester University. I never felt welcome in my old house. One part of the house was over 100 years old, with many people having lived there, and there was an extension added about 10 years ago. One day, I saw a little girl standing by the toilet while I was running a bath. She was very pale and gray. I couldn't explain her well, but I noticed she appeared at odd times, staring at me with an emotionless expression. I got used to her and just carried on with my life, though I always ran out of the room when I saw her. I wasn't scared, just unsettled by her glare, which always seemed like she wasn't happy I was living there. Then one morning my sister, who was 2 at the time, was crying at her stair gate. I woke up to her loud crying and decided to open the gate. But when I reached it I froze. There was this black figure standing in the hallway. It was tall, dark, and had oily, waxy skin that looked like it was melting. Its hands were stretched out, like it was going to grab my sister. She was crying, staring at it. I stood still, terrified, and it stared back at me before disappearing. I rushed to open the gate for my sister and then ran into my dad's room, crying. I told him everything in detail. He didn't say much, but he's had his own experiences with the paranormal, so I felt safer around him. There were more strange things. Once I saw small, crazy bone figures on top of my TV. They flew straight up and then fell. I ran out of my room again. After that, the house was full of poltergeist activity, and I was too scared to sleep in my own room. I slept in the lounge or with my dad. I started avoiding my room altogether. Then one day, my auntie came over with my cousin and her friend. They were curious about the things I'd seen, so I decided to show them. I took a wire hanger and bent it into a shape like the ones paranormal investigators use. I held it loosely, and it pointed toward my room. I was scared, so I handed it to my cousin. The same thing happened, it pointed to my room. She panicked, laughing and crying at the same time. My auntie tried it next, and she had the same reaction, panic and laughter. My dad didn't think much of it, but when we all went upstairs, the hanger kept pointing to my room. In the end, my cousin was too scared to sleep in my room, and no one else wanted to either. My cousin and her friends stayed in my dad's room, and I slept there too. I swear this is all true. Now, my mom still lives in Anglesey, and this Friday, I'm going back with a friend. We're going to sneak the keys to my old house and sleep there. We want to do some investigations. Now that we're older, we understand more about this stuff. I've lived in my house in Cypress, Texas, for about a year and a half, but things started happening about a year ago. One evening, my daughter, she was 9 at the time, and I was sitting on the couch. She looked at me and asked, "Mom, can I sleep with you tonight?" I told her she was too old for that, and should sleep in her own bed. She had tears in her eyes, so I asked why. At first, she was too embarrassed to say, but after some encouragement, she finally said, "I see a dark figure in my room." I asked her where in her room, and she said, "At the end of my bed." I tried to ease her fears by suggesting it might be the Wizard of Oz characters in the big picture on the wall. She replied, "No, Mom, it's not the picture. I can't see it because of the dark figure." Chills ran down my spine. I let her sleep with me that night. The next night, I put her to bed in her room and went to fold laundry. About 15 minutes later, I turned around, and she was standing there, pale and in tears. She begged to sleep in my bed again, saying there was something in her room that felt like it was coming closer to her while she lay down, breathing on her and smelling her. From that night on, unless her friends stayed over, she always slept with me. Soon after, my son, who was 12 at the time, had his own experience. One evening, while I was coaching my daughter's soccer practice, my son stayed home to do his homework. He called me scared. I was worried because he never gets scared. He told me that while sitting at the dining room table, something pushed on the back of his head twice. When he turned around, there was nothing there. I tried to reassure him, saying practice was almost over and that he'd be fine. I also told him to let the dog inside for company. A month later, I came home from work to find both kids bundled up in the same blanket, sitting on my daughter's bed. I asked if they were cold, even though the house wasn't cold. They said they weren't cold, they were scared. My son told me that while he was in his room, he heard a noise coming from mine. When he went to check, he saw a dark figure in my room. He said it turned to walk away and got smaller until it disappeared. A couple of weeks after that, it happened again. This time, he saw the dark figure peeking out of the bathroom doorframe. It slowly backed into the bathroom and vanished. Even now, sometimes, my dog acts strange. She'll shake, growl, and bark at nothing, and I find nothing there. When she behaves like that, she refuses to go into the room she's focusing on. Sometimes, it's the living room, dining room, or foyer. My first experience happened about 4 or 5 months ago. It was the afternoon, and my dog and I were the only ones home. I was on the couch when I heard a noise, like something fell in the area of the kids' rooms. My dog immediately jumped up and ran to the source of the sound. When she reached the hallway, she stopped, jerked back with her tail between her legs, and ran back to me, shaking. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but if that were the case, the dog would have barked or attacked. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and my dog's collar, practically dragging her with me to check out what caused the noise. I checked the kids' rooms and the bathroom but found nothing. Upon a second look at my daughter's room, I noticed one of her pictures had fallen off the wall. The back of the frame was still hanging, but the frame and picture had fallen. That didn't scare the dog, but it seemed whatever she was sensing was what made her react the way she did. A few months ago, my son got startled while I was in the garage. I asked what had happened, and he said he saw a dark figure taller than me standing next to me for a moment, while I was opening the garage door. 2 months ago, while I was fixing my hair in the bathroom, I saw a white mist shoot by at eye level. It happened so fast that I jumped in surprise. The same thing happened last month and the month before. While lying in bed reading, I felt someone apply pressure to my foot at the end of the bed. It was heavy enough that it felt like someone had sat on my foot, and the weight pulled on the bed. I put my book down to check but saw nothing. I was scared, but I went back to reading, trying to distract myself. Last Saturday, some friends came over for a ghost hunt. One of them has been doing this kind of thing regularly in Florida. He brought a video camera, digital camera, recorder, and K2 meter. We had some strange results: spikes on the K2 meter, responses, odd noises, a drop in temperature, an EVP, and someone being touched twice. I already knew my kids and I weren't imagining things, but it felt good to have others experience it too. I've always had experiences with the paranormal. My mother blames herself, saying I inherited it from her. From a young age, I became aware of a world full of disembodied voices and invisible guests, though I tried my best to ignore it. Unfortunately, when something wants your attention, it will get it. The worst of the activity didn't start until we moved into a new house, which felt welcoming at first, especially after living in a previous house with a very angry, uninviting aura. I made a pact with the house, asking that we all coexist peacefully, and for a time, it worked. I slept well, felt calm, and felt safe. But over time, the house's mood shifted. I started waking up in the middle of the night with a strange feeling of being watched. It grew so strong that I would sleep on the couch in the family room instead of my bedroom. When my mom asked why, I explained the feeling, and she just went silent. Living in a house shared with spirits means dealing with the usual signs, misplacing things that later turn up in places you've already checked, hearing footsteps when no one is there, and sometimes the stereo turning on by itself at full volume. The stereo problem got so bad that my stepdad started unplugging it when not in use, which helped stop it. One of the worst issues was my bedroom door. It would open and close on its own. Sometimes I'd hear knocking, only to open the door and find no one there. Eventually, I locked my door at night. One night, when the door tried to open, I heard an angry rattling of the doorknob and stomping away. That's when things began to escalate. I started waking up screaming, gripped by an irrational fear that would send me running from my room. I began waking up with scratches on my face and body. The fear attacks didn't stop at night. They started happening during the day, too. I'd be watching TV, and suddenly, I could feel a dark presence creeping over me, a wave of fear that would leave me paralyzed. It followed me from room to room, and I was no longer safe anywhere. I would sometimes stay at a friend's house to get away, and it seemed to help, but when I returned, the fear came back. After months of torment, I finally had enough. One night, I felt the dark presence creeping over me again. I stood up, clenched my fists, and shouted, "No more! This is my home, not yours!" To my surprise, the feeling receded. That moment gave me the confidence to face it head-on. For a while, things improved, but then the activity grew stronger, and it seemed to target only me. A foul odor began to fill my room, and I would hear banging from the walls, like someone was scraping their nails across them. The sounds would often come at night, with a loud fist pounding on my door. One night, after getting up to use the bathroom, I barely lay back in bed when I heard a raspy voice shout my name. "Jeremy!" I jumped out of bed, checked the house, but it was dark and silent. The clock in the kitchen read 3 a.m. This continued until I graduated high school in 2004 and moved to Oklahoma. The moment I left my mother's house, I felt better. I never woke up screaming in the dark again, and the supernatural occurrences stopped. Years later, I talked to my mom about what had happened. She apologized, admitting that she had always known something wasn't right in the house, especially in the upstairs area. She avoided it because whatever haunted that place seemed to prefer it. My old room had been abandoned, used only for storage. My mom told me that every night, the door would open and slam shut, and restless footsteps would walk through the upstairs. She had to shout at it to stop, and it would, most of the time. One night, my girlfriend stayed over at my mom's house. She slept on the couch, and when everyone went to bed, the house fell silent. But then, the door to my old room opened and slammed shut. Something walked down the stairs, and we heard keys thrown onto the kitchen table. My girlfriend was terrified, and when I picked her up the next day, she was shaken, telling me what had happened. To this day, I can't forget the hellish time I spent in that house. I don't know what it was that targeted me, but it wasn't something human. Whatever it was, it treated me like prey, and I'll always think of it as a beast, not a spirit. I was living in Reseda, California, renting a room in a house owned by my friend's ex-husband. I had trouble sleeping after moving in, which I chalked up to stress. Luckily, I met two people, Doug and Jill, and we quickly became friends, sharing an interest in ghosts, ESP, and the paranormal. One night, we decided to visit a park I had never been to, a place I never want to return to. We drove as far as we could, but the gate was closed to cars, so we parked in a cul-de-sac and walked toward a small stream in the middle of the park. It was a moonless night, very dark. I was about 15 feet ahead of Doug and Jill when I felt a tapping on my right shoulder. I turned around expecting it to be Doug, but I saw a figure on a hill to my left, an American Indian scout or lookout. My friends were near me, which sent chills down my spine, but I kept walking, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. As I walked, I started to see what appeared to be a shadow moving in front of me. I looked around for a light source, but there was none. The shadow grew larger and started to look like a mass of blackness, coming toward me. My mind wouldn't accept it as anything more than a shadow. I hadn't heard of shadow ghosts back then. Then, something terrifying happened. As I took a step forward, I felt as though my foot never reached the ground. It was as if something had grabbed me by the throat, squeezing my windpipe, and I couldn't breathe. Doug and Jill saw what was happening and came running. Doug yelled at Jill to get the car started, then dragged me to the car, where Jill was frozen in shock. When we got to the car, we noticed the dirt on Jill's car was covered in reversed satanic symbols. Doug was panicking, urging her to hurry. Once in the car, we drove off as fast as we could, trying to put as much distance as possible between us and the park. We pulled over to catch our breath, and that's when I started to regain clarity. Doug and Jill said that during the drive, I had been speaking in a strange voice, channeling an old Indian woman. They were more scared of that than anything that had happened in the park. We decided to calm down and went to a nearby restaurant to talk things through. When we returned to the car, we saw the symbols on Jill's car again. The next day, I had bruises on my windpipe, exactly where I had felt the pressure the night before, finger marks, not like a normal choking attempt, but as if something had specifically targeted my windpipe. Doug mentioned that a friend of his could help with exorcisms and offered to have him check my house for any lingering effects. His friend came over, and right under my bedroom window, we found a foul-smelling mud patch where nothing would grow. My landlord was confused and asked Jill and me to leave while the boys cleansed the house. We went to the store, but when we came back and waited in the car, we saw a bright flash of pinkish light over the house, not once, but twice. The boys came out from behind the house shortly after and told us the cleansing had worked. I asked them how they knew it was gone, and Doug replied, "Did you see the flash of light over the house?" We said yes, and he explained, "That was the ghost trying to come back after being cast out. I put a protective spell on you and the house. She won't be coming back again." And she never did. I'm an architect, and soon after graduating, I landed a job at a small firm. Small meaning just 10 people. We worked in a building that had a reputation for being haunted, and to make matters more interesting, our office was located on what was supposed to be the 13th floor. The building administration labeled it the 14th floor to avoid scaring people. Our boss was middle-aged and had a steady stream of clients, but I mostly got the bread and butter clients, meaning I had to do a lot of overtime. I often worked 4 or 5 extra hours after everyone else had left. To save on electricity, the boss instructed us to avoid using air conditioning unless it was really hot. My desk was positioned so that the window AC unit was about 10 feet to my left, and the kitchen was immediately to my right. It made the workday easier, as I could snack while working and stay comfortable. The kitchen wasn't exactly a room, just an alcove with two heavy sliding doors, one of which was bolted in place, leaving the other free to slide open and closed. The rollers were on the top frame, so with a little effort, you could push the free panel, making it sway and slam against the fixed one. One evening, around 7 p.m., I was working on files for a big meeting the next day. The AC was off, and all was quiet. I was about to head to the kitchen when I saw the sliding panel suddenly swing inward and slam against the fixed one with a loud noise. It startled me, and I thought I'd forgotten to turn off the AC. I checked the unit. It was off. I looked under the desks for any fans that might have been left on, but both were switched off. I felt more annoyed than anything, and the idea of something supernatural didn't cross my mind until the next day when I told the boss's wife, Annie, about it. Annie was about my age, and we got along well. Before I started, she was the one doing most of the overtime work, as her husband, the boss, was out meeting clients. She would stay late to handle administrative and clerical tasks, and when she heard my story, she seemed surprised I wasn't more scared. Then, she told me about something that had happened to her. One evening, Annie was alone, working on salary computations at her desk. She paused to write some checks and, as was her habit, turned off her computer monitor. After finishing the checks, she turned the monitor back on, only to be horrified by the reflection of a man walking behind her on the screen. He was just a few feet behind her chair. The man paused near her right shoulder before continuing on and disappearing from view. Naturally, she screamed and ran out into the outer office, calling the guard in the lobby for help. She stayed near the door, too terrified to look around. When the guard arrived, she told him what happened, and he helped her turn off the lights and lock up the office. The guard had worked there the longest, and had probably seen and heard things himself. Annie waited in the lobby until her husband came to pick her up. After that, Annie resolved never to stay after hours by herself again. "8 years ago, I took a break from work and decided to spend my vacation in the provinces with my friend Carl. We had just finished a big project at the office, and I was in the mood for something more adventurous. Carl had been involved in civic work for years and invited me to tag along with his group on a medical mission. The only condition was that I'd pay my own expenses. We stayed in an old ancestral house that was part of the deal with the local government. It was huge, a once grand property now half loaned to the town. The mayor told us the original owners had passed away, and the descendants had allowed the town to use it, as long as it was well maintained. The house was surrounded by tall mango trees, and the caretaker, an elderly woman, was the only one who stayed there with us. On the first day, I noticed a few odd things. The workers left by 5 p.m. each day, and when I asked the elderly caretaker about it, she just shrugged it off. The house was filled with antiques, and the second floor had a large sitting room/library. The ground floor, though, was mostly full of junk and storage. A week passed, and most of the group stayed busy with their work. On the 8th day, something happened. It was around 11 p.m., and I couldn't sleep, so I went to the sitting room to read. Carl was already there, looking for something to pass the time. We joked about finding coloring books instead of books for adults, and I ended up grabbing a collection of old newspaper clippings. About half an hour later, I heard Carl scream. I rushed out to the hallway and found Carl curled up on the sofa, shaking and breathing hard. He had vomited and was pointing frantically toward one of the big mango trees outside the window. The others gathered around, trying to calm him down. After a few minutes, Carl was able to explain what had happened. While he was reading, Carl felt like he was being watched. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman standing outside the window, wearing a long white dress and smiling shyly at him. Carl, a bit shy himself, smiled back at her but soon realized something was wrong. There was no balcony on that side of the house. He couldn't understand how she could be floating in midair. As soon as he realized what he was seeing, he screamed and tried to run, but when he turned, he stumbled and fell onto the sofa, unable to move. The group quickly decided to leave. We packed up and headed into town for less frightening accommodations. The caretaker was surprised to hear Carl's story, expecting him to talk about seeing a copper or tikbalang, two mythological Filipino creatures, but Carl described a girl in a white dress. The caretaker didn't say much more but did mention that the trees around the house were inhabited. It was a vague warning, but one that made sense. Carl's experience seemed to explain why the workers always left by 5 p.m. We never returned to that house. It was mid-November last year when our lead investigator in training, Josh, called me. He mentioned that his grandfather owned a place he referred to as the Hell House, a name that caught my attention immediately. Josh explained that the house had more than just a regular haunting. It was something demonic. His grandfather had reported seeing people who weren't supposed to be there, including his recently deceased wife, appearing with another man. Things would move on their own, shadows darting in and out of doorways, and once, a cup of coffee had actually started to boil on the table all by itself. Josh said we had the green light to stay the night there, but there was one catch: no power. His grandfather refused to stay, leaving us with only flashlights to navigate the house. We arrived around 11:30 p.m., and Josh's grandfather warned us that nothing would happen until around 1 a.m. I had my doubts, but it didn't take long to learn that he wasn't kidding. The evening started off uneventfully. We joked around while waiting for the clock to strike 1 a.m. As the time drew near, the temperature in the house began to drop. We could see our breath in the air, which we thought was pretty strange for an indoor space. Josh had brought his laptop and was in the back room while Sean and I walked around, exploring the house. This was a large, sprawling home. Sean and I were on one end, while Josh was at the other. Then, out of nowhere, we heard Josh yelling at us. "What are you guys doing in there?" We quickly walked back into the hallway and called out, asking what was going on. Josh, now sounding a bit panicked, told us to get into the room he was in. He explained that, from the room next door, he'd heard knocking on the wall and thought it was us. That got us excited, so we decided to investigate. We made our way to the living room where we sat down, Josh and Sean on the couch, and I in the recliner across from them. With all the lights off, I decided to take some photos. I snapped a few shots, turning the camera around to capture the hallway and other areas of the room. Josh, feeling uneasy, asked me to take a photo of him and Sean on the couch. He said he felt something was near. I aimed my camera at them, and noticed an odd detail. Right above Josh's head, 2 red dots appeared. They looked like eyes, but they weren't on him or the couch. It was as though something was hovering above him, watching. I quickly told Josh, and he urged me to take the picture. As soon as I pressed the button, my camera died. I swapped out the batteries and took another shot. This time, there weren't just 2 red dots above Josh's head, there were several. I snapped the picture, and immediately, everything went dark. "Dang, that was bright, wasn't it?" Sean asked. There was no reply from Josh. I shined my flashlight over at him and found him with his hood pulled tightly over his face, breathing heavily. Worried, I rushed over to him. "Josh, what's going on, man?" I asked, my voice full of concern. He was still breathing heavily and seemed disoriented. "Pray!" Sean exclaimed, looking panicked. Without thinking, I slammed my hand onto Josh's forehead, and Sean joined me, and we began to pray for him. But as we did, something strange happened. I suddenly felt this intense, sharp pressure on my head, as if 1,000 needles were being pushed into my skull. The pain was unbearable. I continued praying until I couldn't take the sensation anymore, and I backed away, yelling, "I've got to get thee out of here!" I remember pacing around the room, trying to shake the feeling. "What's wrong?" Sean asked, as he continued to hold Josh's head. My head, I replied, still disoriented. I ran toward the door and flung it open, but just before I could escape, Josh's voice called out. "It's okay, come here," he said. I turned around and walked back inside, as if compelled by his voice. Sean later told me that, according to him, I had paced outside for a good 5 minutes before going back in. To this day, I don't remember that part. We gave Josh some water, and when he finally regained composure, he told us what he had seen. He'd closed his eyes to avoid being blinded by the camera flash. That's when he saw his grandmother, standing in front of him. She spoke softly. "Josh, honey, you kids need to leave." But when Josh started to stand and move toward her, her voice turned deeper, more commanding. "Leave now!" We were all stunned. I looked at the picture I had taken earlier, zoomed in on Josh, and to my surprise, right where I had stood to pray for him, there was a distinct orb, like nothing I had ever seen before. It seemed like the entity had targeted Josh, trying to possess him, and when I intervened, it shifted its focus to me, causing the pain in my head. Sean hadn't felt anything strange, which made me think that perhaps the protective crosses my sister had given us played a role. Both Sean and I had been holding them during the whole event. In an attempt to cleanse the house, we walked through each room, saying prayers. With each prayer, we felt the coldness retreating. After that, we packed up and left for the night. Though we were relieved to leave, we still felt the lingering presence of something evil in that house. Neither Josh nor I wanted to stay another night. The terror we had experienced was enough to last a lifetime. Two years ago, I was in Osaka, sharing a hotel room with my cousin. We were given the last available room, situated at the end of the corridor. As I always do, I knocked on the door or rang the bell before entering, just as a precaution, almost like announcing my presence to any spirits who might be in another dimension. When we entered, I immediately set our luggage down on the rack and placed my shoes in front of it. I then went to the toilet. When I came back out, I noticed my shoes weren't where I'd left them. They had been moved beside the rack. I thought nothing of it, assuming it was just a prank by one of my friends. After that, we went shopping, and I forgot about it. That night, after returning to the hotel, I went to take a bath. I was planning to put on the hotel-provided bathrobe, but when I opened the cupboard door, I froze. A figure was hanging on the hanger. A friend, as I initially thought, asking what I wanted. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever seen, and I immediately slammed the cupboard door shut. I turned on the TV for some comfort, trying to push the unsettling feeling aside. As the night wore on, my cousin and I went to bed, with only a small light on. But then, I heard a sound, a sizzling, like someone crinkling a plastic bag. I turned the light on and looked around, but there was nothing. When I glanced into the mirror, I was horrified to see a woman sitting in front of it, brushing her shoulder-length hair. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I could tell she was crying. Panicked, I woke my cousin, and we hurried out of the room, making our way to the lobby. I asked the receptionist if we could change rooms, but they refused. We were forced to stay in the lobby until morning. The next day, we returned to the room to grab our things. As soon as I answered the phone, I was met with a woman's voice. "Why didn't you return last night?" she asked. "Don't you know I'm waiting for you?" A chill ran down my spine. We quickly packed our things and left, but as we were leaving, I noticed something strange. The TV, which had been on the previous night, was plugged out of the socket. That meant it shouldn't have been on at all. So what had we been watching? The whole experience still haunts me. I can't shake the feeling that the woman was watching me, still crying somewhere, waiting for me to acknowledge her. I've always known that I have a third eye. I can feel when a place is haunted, whether it's the sudden, unnerving chill on an otherwise hot day or the dizzy spells and headaches that hit me the moment I enter a haunted location. This story isn't a figment of my imagination, though I've heard plenty of ghost stories from the area. I spent 17 years at a prestigious all-girls school in the Philippines, everything from nursery to college. Despite the years spent there, I never encountered anything truly supernatural, though I occasionally felt a chill whenever I entered the comfort rooms. Years later, I left my stable job as a bank officer to pursue a career in television writing. But like most TV shows, my gig was short-lived, and after it was axed, I found myself without work. That was when my former school offered me a position as their media officer. a job that seemed perfect for staying in touch with the broadcasting world while I recovered from my career lull. Unfortunately, my new office situation wasn't ideal. I had to share a space with a manager and 2 secretaries who were loud all day. To get any work done, I'd stay late, sometimes until midnight, to finish my writing in peace. I'd leave the small TV on just to keep me company while I typed away at my desk. My desk was positioned against the window that faced the main school driveway. Since it was well past school hours, the campus was empty except for a few pedestrians crossing from a nearby boys' school. It was a typical night, until something strange happened. I saw a woman walking past, beautiful, with long hair, moving with a steady pace. What was unusual was that she wasn't reacting to her surroundings. As I looked closer, I noticed her feet weren't touching the ground. She was floating. I froze. My first instinct was to grab the phone and call the guards. When they arrived, they were surprisingly unfazed. It turns out, this woman was a regular visitor to the school. A few nights later, I noticed a strange man walking by. He was short, olive-skinned, and dressed in an old-fashioned pinstripe suit, complete with a top hat. It was odd. Hats aren't common here, and especially not the kind he was wearing. I watched him, and just as I stood up to get a better look, he turned, smiled at me, and vanished before my eyes. You'd think that these experiences would make me quit, but I was stubborn. I decided to keep working. To avoid seeing any more strange figures, I moved my work to my desk, facing away from the window. But that didn't stop the eerie occurrences. One evening, as I was focused on my work, I started hearing noises from the nearby cubicle. Thinking it was just some students practicing late, I ignored it. But the noises grew louder, so I stood up to investigate. What I saw made my blood run cold, for swivel chairs were moving on their own. They slid back and forth, as if someone were sitting in them, spinning them around. I screamed and ran barefoot out of the office. My scream alerted the guards, who rushed to check on me. As I tried to explain, I feared they might think I was losing my mind. But they weren't skeptical. In fact, they told me that similar incidents had happened on campus multiple times before. I submitted my resignation the next day, but the experience didn't end there. Some of those spirits, it seems, decided to follow me home. It was 2 years ago, during my trip to Kenya with my parents, that something happened to me that still gives me chills. We were staying in Masai Mara, one of Africa's most famous savannas. The hotel was located about 1 kilometer away from the lodging cabins, and our cabin had a perfect view of a river, though we were warned not to approach it because of the crocodiles. On the night we arrived, we were all pretty exhausted. The room was cozy, but there was one thing that caught my eye: a deer's head hanging on the wall. It seemed like an old relic, possibly from a time before hunting was banned in Africa. I tried not to think too much about it. That night, there was a show about the Mara people, but since we would only be there for 3 days, my parents went while I stayed behind to rest. I was reading a book when, not long after, I must have dozed off. When I woke up about an hour later, something felt wrong. I rubbed my eyes, and as I looked at the wall, I swear I saw the deer's eyes move. It freaked me out, and I quickly shut my eyes, trying to convince myself it was an illusion. But things only got stranger. As I started to read again, I noticed the curtains swaying as though there were a breeze, but the windows were shut. A shiver ran down my spine, and I suddenly felt like I was being watched. There was a strange coldness that enveloped me, and I began to pray. Eventually, the feeling subsided. I grabbed the pendant I had brought with me for protection and tried to sleep. When my parents returned, I didn't tell them about what had happened. I didn't want them to think I was being paranoid. The next day, I casually asked our guide, who had become a good friend, about the house. He seemed a bit uncomfortable when I brought it up, and though he said he didn't know anything about it, I could tell he was hiding something. We went on a safari the following day, returning in high spirits. But when we reached our cabin, we were stunned to find our luggage scattered all over the room. We assumed it was the cleaner, but the hotel management assured us that cleaners never touch guests' things. They insisted the cleaning was done under supervision. Later that night, we were about to go to bed when we heard loud knocking on our door. We opened it but found no one there. This happened 2 or 3 more times, and finally, frustrated, we shouted for whoever it was to stop. The knocking stopped, and we thought it was just a prank. But then, around 2 or 2:30 a.m., I heard it again, loud, insistent knocks on the door. I was terrified to go out alone after my earlier experience, so I woke my parents. They initially told me I was just being paranoid, but then we all heard the knocks. My dad opened the door, but there was no one there. However, he claimed to have seen something move in the bushes. He chalked it up to some kid playing a prank, but I wasn't convinced. The next morning, we complained to the staff. They, too, suggested it was just some prankster. But my dad, getting frustrated, asked, "Who would let a kid out at 2 a.m.? That comment made me start to connect everything: the strange feeling in the room, the knocks, and the unsettling energy. I began to wonder if the place was haunted. We were about to leave when our guide pulled me aside and asked me to promise not to tell anyone what he was about to say. I agreed, and he told me the hotel's dark secret. Apparently, decades ago, a young boy around 9 or 10 years old was killed by a leopard at the hotel. His ghost was said to haunt the very room where he had died. The guide went on to say that only guests staying in 2 specific rooms ever reported paranormal activity, rooms 153 and 154. And to my horror, I had been staying in room 154. My parents have lived in the same house for 32 years. They're the second owners, and the man who built it for his family also passed away in the house due to Lou Gehrig's disease. I'm 30 years old now, and I've had strange experiences with the paranormal since I was a kid. One experience that stands out happened when I was around 12 years old. My younger sister and I were in our bedroom when we saw a man, about 60 years old, walking back and forth. He was wearing a gray suit and kept stopping to look out the window. We were both terrified and froze in fear, arguing about who was going to turn on the light. Eventually, I got up, and as soon as I did, he disappeared. That was the only time we actually saw an apparition. Another eerie experience happened a couple of years earlier. I was lying in bed, facing the door that led to a small balcony. Suddenly, I felt a rush of dread as I stared at the closed shade. I had the overwhelming feeling that someone was standing on the other side of the door. The shade, which was spring-loaded, suddenly shot up on its own. I got up and ran down the stairs, not looking back. A year ago, a friend of mine came over to my parents' house, and we experienced 2 strange things in one night. We were in the family room, watching a movie. I went to the bathroom, which is right next door, and was in there for about 30 seconds when I suddenly felt a chill. Moments later, I heard my friend call my name, followed by a loud bang. When I came back to the family room, he looked scared. He said one of the cabinet doors next to the fireplace had opened on its own, and when he called my name, it slammed shut. The next night, we were in the basement laundry room. I walked out for a moment, and as soon as I did, my friend called me again. When I rushed back, I saw one of the lights in the laundry room turning on and off by itself. It stopped, then another light in the next room started doing the same. My friend was terrified and refused to be left alone for the rest of the night. It wasn't just us who noticed strange things. My parents' dog often follows something invisible around the house, and my cat, who is normally affectionate, started hissing and growling at me for no reason. It was unlike her, and it made me wonder if she had been affected by something. I believe that the spirit in our house is the man who built it, and I think he's still looking for his wife, who is still alive and living nearby. I have a feeling that once she passes, the activity will stop. I'm what people call sensitive to the paranormal. I can sense spirits and feel when a place is haunted. I've had experiences in many places outside my parents' house too. Several of my aunts have similar, psychic, abilities, and they've pulled me aside on separate occasions, telling me they knew about my gift without me saying anything. It's both a blessing and a curse. I've learned to embrace it as an adult, but as a child, I was often terrified. One night, my friends and I were cruising downtown in my old '91 Buick, this huge, beat-up car that was nearly impossible to push when it broke down. Suddenly, it started shaking violently, and then just stalled. I tried cranking the key 3 or 4 times, but the engine was completely dead. It wouldn't even turn over. It was around 9 o'clock or 9:30 p.m., and of course, none of us had a cell phone, so we had no choice but to walk for help. We got out, turned on the hazard lights, and pushed the car to the curb. Then, we started walking in the pouring rain, which just made everything worse. After walking a couple of blocks, the only place we could see that might let us use a phone was a funeral home. It was our only option at that point, so we jogged up to the door, shook off as much rain as we could, and walked inside. Thank God, the place was open. Behind the front desk sat a blonde woman in her 40s. She looked up when we walked in and asked, "May I help you?" We explained our situation, and she stared at us for a moment before saying, "I can let you use the phone in the break room if you want." Then, she led my friend Andy to the break room to use the phone. While Andy was in the back, the rest of us waited in the lobby, trying to warm up. I started looking around at the pictures and other things on the walls when I noticed the viewing rooms. I decided to walk toward one that looked like a chapel, almost like a church. But then I froze in my tracks. At the front of the room stood a tall man, a bit husky, with some white hair. He was dressed in what looked like a vintage suit, maybe from the 70s. He had deep, dark bags under his eyes. I thought maybe he was a worker, so I didn't think much of it at first. But as I walked closer, I noticed something strange. He didn't move. His eyes didn't even shift. The closer I got, the paler he looked. It almost seemed like he was fading out of view, like he was transparent. That's when a chill ran down my spine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. I couldn't move. After what felt like an eternity, I gathered the courage to inch closer, but still, he didn't move a muscle. Just as I was about to take another step, I heard my friend call my name. I jumped, startled. She told me the tow truck was on its way and that her mom was coming too. I nodded, turned to look at the man one last time, and he was gone. In the 2 seconds I'd turned my back, he had vanished. I walked back to the front desk and asked the woman if there was another way out of the chapel. She looked confused and said, "No, the only way out is through the doors you just came in from." Then she asked, "Why?" I told her. "The guy working here just scared the crap out of me." She blinked at me, still puzzled, and said, "Honey, I'm the only one still here." I was stunned. I quickly thanked her and practically ran out of there. My friends could tell something was off when I came back, and I told them what had happened. They said they felt uneasy just waiting in the lobby, and after hearing my story, they were all freaked out too. We all agreed we'd never step foot in that place again. We used to live in an apartment complex in Sampaloc, Manila, which was originally an old hospital building. The same family that owned the hospital also owned the building. It was a 2-story apartment with 2 bedrooms upstairs, and the upper floors had wooden stairs and flooring. From the moment I stepped inside the apartment, I had the feeling that we weren't alone. There were other unseen beings in the space. I didn't pay much attention to them at first, since I'm used to sensing such things, but the feeling grew stronger over time. It wasn't until all of my housemates left for the weekend to visit their families that things started to get strange. They had been living there for 2 years, and when they left, they warned me to be prepared for some unusual occurrences. They'd experienced it before, but I had no idea it was this bad. So, I was the only one in the apartment, and I locked myself in one room, turned on the AC, and watched TV, hoping to ignore whatever was there. By late morning, I dozed off. When I woke up, it was already dark outside, around 8 p.m. The room was completely silent except for the TV light and the pale glow from the streetlights outside. Hungry, I decided to grab some food from a nearby fast food joint. It was pitch black on the stairs, and I couldn't turn on the lights from upstairs since the switch was downstairs. So, I went down to switch them on and get the kitchen lights going. As I was about to close the door behind me, I noticed a shadowy figure moving in the kitchen. I figured it was just the lighting playing tricks on me, so I didn't think much of it. I switched on the lights and made my way out. That's when I heard it, footsteps going up the stairs. I could hear them clearly since the stairs and floors were wooden. I paused and tried to figure out if it was just a cat or mouse, but we didn't have any pets, and the windows were closed since I had the AC on. The footsteps then went down again, getting louder, almost like someone was in a hurry, running up and down the stairs, stomping as if in a panic. I muttered to myself, "Go ahead and play, but when I get back, I need you to be quiet so I can sleep." After eating, I walked around the neighborhood, then came back to the apartment. Everything was silent. I bolted the doors, took a shower, and went upstairs to sleep. I kept all the lights on inside, but I locked myself in the room for safety. While I was reading a book, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were quieter, more calm. But soon, they grew louder, running up and down the stairs, thumping against the door. It sounded like someone was pounding on the walls. I was getting frustrated, so I yelled out, "I need to sleep!" For a moment, everything stopped. But then the stomping started again, louder and more frantic, almost like someone was throwing a tantrum. That's when I decided to recite every prayer I knew by heart. As soon as I reached the third Amen, the noise stopped completely. I lived in that apartment for 2 years. Since most of my housemates were college students from the province, I knew that every time a school break came around, the unseen housemates would start running around the house again. In 2000, I took a trip to New Zealand, backpacking around the South Island. It was an incredible experience, especially after completing a 10-day walking tour through the forests of NZ. I bid farewell to my group, relieved to be free of them, and made my way to a small village in NZ. I'll leave the name out, don't want any trouble with lawsuits. I found a decent YHA, youth hostel, in an old building that looked like it had once been a stable, probably dating back to the 1800s. It had this old Gothic vibe with its brickwork, garbled design, and porch. As I was walking up the stairs, I noticed a guy standing at the bottom. He had round glasses, black pants held up by braces, which I thought was odd but cool, and red, lanky hair. He was wearing a collarless shirt, definitely funky. I said, "G'day," but he just stared at me. I muttered something and went inside. I rang the bell at the counter, but no one answered, so I left my backpack behind and went searching for the owners. I made my way up a flight of stairs to the first floor, then up to the second floor. I saw a woman in a gray skirt, who seemed to go into one of the rooms. I smiled and headed to the room she entered, knocking on the door, but no answer. I tried a second room, and again, nothing. I tried every room on that floor, but no one answered. By this time, I was pretty confused, but I eventually met the owners and checked in, not mentioning the woman in gray. It wasn't until my third night that I stumbled upon the TV room, which was down in a cold cellar-like space. To get there, you had to climb down some narrow stairs. It was sparsely furnished, just a half-worn settee and a leather chair. A girl was sitting in the leather chair, wearing a plaid shirt, long black hair, and jeans. She looked like she belonged in the 70s. She was sitting very straight, staring at the TV, but it wasn't even on. I sat down and turned the TV on. After a few moments, I glanced over to say something to her, but she was gone. I'd only taken my eyes off her for a second, and I would have heard her get up. The chair still had an impression from where she'd been sitting, but she was completely gone. That really freaked me out. The next day, I finally worked up the courage to tell the owner about what I'd seen. She called me into her office, sat me down, and asked what had happened. I told her about the guy with the round glasses, whom I hadn't seen again, the woman in gray. Our ghostly maid," she said casually, "and the girl in the chair?" That's when she told me that the girl had died of a heroin overdose in 1979, and her spirit still lingered in the chair she'd passed away in. It was both eerie and strangely comforting to know I wasn't the only one who had seen things there. My husband and I bought our dream house in 2006 and moved in with our 4 daughters about 3 weeks later. Everything seemed perfect at first, but things started happening about 3 months after we moved in. One night, we came home late, and my oldest daughter was the first to enter the house. As I walked in, I saw her standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring up with a strange look on her face. I asked her what she was looking at, and she said, "A black man just walked up the stairs. When he got to the top, he looked back at me and waved." I went upstairs and checked everywhere but found no one. Since then, we've had several strange things happen: the garbage disposal turning on by itself, lights flickering on and off, doors opening and closing on their own, and strange sounds like people talking and footsteps. My husband has even seen the black man my daughter described. He said it was a solid black shape coming down the stairs, and it scared him badly. We've also heard a little girl laughing and kids' toys going off by themselves at night. Sometimes, at night, I get really scared. I usually stay up late doing schoolwork and hear all kinds of strange things. Sometimes I try to ignore it, knowing there are other beings here, but other times I get a feeling like I'm being threatened for no reason. It's like my life is in danger, even when I can't see anything. One night, I was taking a shower and felt like I was being watched. When I looked around, no one was there. As I started washing, I felt hands touching my back and arms. I was terrified, froze, and said out loud, "Would you please stop touching me?" The feeling stopped, and I never felt it again. A few months ago, I decided to use the shower again. As I was in there, I felt watched again. When I turned around, I saw someone standing right in front of the shower door. I thought it was my husband trying to scare me. I turned back around and said, "While you're in here, can you wash my back?" But when I said, "back," I turned around and saw the figure was already halfway across the bathroom. I opened the shower door, realizing it wasn't my husband. It was a young guy, maybe 17 years old, wearing jeans, a t-shirt, sneakers, and a backpack. The only reason I noticed the backpack was because he was holding the strap. Before I could say anything, he vanished. I didn't tell anyone at first because I thought my husband would think I was crazy. A week later, my husband came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. I was sitting on the couch reading, and he said, "Ha ha, very funny." I thought he was losing it. I hadn't moved from the couch, so I didn't understand what he meant. He said, "Don't deny it. I saw you go into the bathroom, turn off the lights and fan, and then turn them back on." I was shocked because I hadn't moved. It took me 30 minutes to convince him I didn't go into the bathroom. He told me that while he was washing his hair, the lights and fan went off by themselves. A few minutes later, they came back on. When he opened the shower door, he saw a female figure leaving the bathroom. He said it had shoulder-length hair and was about my height. I'm 5 feet 6 inches with brown-red hair, so it seemed like the figure resembled me. My husband lost both of his legs in the service. When he removes his legs, he becomes very short. I hope he was mistaken about the figure's height and appearance, but it still feels creepy. In August 1988, just before I transferred schools in Pensacola, Florida, I went ghost hunting with a group of friends. They weren't a formal team, but they liked exploring haunted spots. If they heard about a place with strange stories, they'd bring out their cameras and recorders to see if the stories were true. One of the places we checked out was Fort Pickens, a World War II gun battery lookout post by Pensacola Bay. The battery had once held large guns to protect the bay from enemy ships, but after World War II, it was rumored to be haunted by soldiers who died in training accidents. There were also stories about a possible cult using the main battery for strange rituals. We decided to investigate one Friday night. We arrived at around 9:30 p.m. It was a clear night with a 3/4 full moon, bright enough that we didn't need flashlights outside. We checked our equipment in the parking lot, 3 new mag flashlights, 2 tape recorders, and 2 35mm cameras, 1 color and 1 black and white. With everything set, we headed toward the battery. Fort Pickens was open 24/7, but the batteries were fenced off to keep people out. The main fence was bent, making it easy to get inside. I know, it was a dumb move. We entered, flashlights in hand, and the main corridor stretched across to the other side. It was covered in trash and graffiti, nothing special. But when we turned left into a deeper section, the hallway became cleaner, and the graffiti disappeared. The further we went, the more it felt like the corridor was going on forever. Then we saw pictures on the walls. Not just regular graffiti, actual images. One image stood out, a copy of the Devil tarot card. Right after that, we saw red footprints on the floor. They didn't just go along the floor, they climbed up the wall and onto the ceiling. Yes, the ceiling. At that moment, all 5 of us felt like we were being watched. The feeling came from deeper in the battery. We turned our flashlights toward the darkness, but none of the beams seemed to go further than about 9 meters. The 2 old box flashlights weren't a surprise since they were old and the bulbs might have been weak. But the 2 brand new mag lights we had just bought weren't working right. They should have lit up the entire corridor, but when we pointed them forward, they only lit a short distance before the darkness seemed to swallow the light. When we turned around and pointed the flashlights behind us, the beams worked fine again. We decided to leave. The feeling of being watched had gotten worse, so 3 of us voted to get out. As we left, we took turns looking back, and it felt like the darkness was following us. Every time we looked behind, the beam would be swallowed by the dark, but when we pointed the flashlight forward, it worked fine. We made it to the parking lot, and the feeling of being watched lifted, until one of my friends turned to me and asked, "Does anyone else feel like we're still being watched?" She nodded, and we heard the sound of a stick snapping. We looked up and saw 2 hooded figures standing on top of the battery in the moonlight. Without a word, we piled into the car and sped off. As we drove down the road toward Pensacola Beach, we noticed a dark-colored van following us. When we pulled into the parking area at one of the public beaches, the van did a U-turn and headed back toward Fort Pickens. I've always wondered about the flashlight beams. If the batteries had been dying, that would have made sense. But for the beams to only work in one direction and not the other? That was the creepiest part of the whole experience for me. I used to work at a small family-owned hotel on the Door Peninsula. It was old, beautiful, and had that eerie, shining vibe. I loved it there, even though it was in the process of being updated since it had fallen into disrepair. The office was small and tucked away from the entrance. You had to turn a corner to reach my desk. At first, I noticed odd things like hearing footsteps on the carpet but never seeing anyone approach. Meanwhile, guests could walk right up to the desk, and I wouldn't hear them coming. I didn't think much of it. Over time, I got used to being alone in the building. It wasn't ideal, but it became normal. The head groundskeeper enjoyed scaring me. He'd sneak up and open the door to my office when I was sitting right next to it, watching me jump out of my chair. Then, one day, I heard my name whispered. I thought it was him playing a prank. I looked around, checked the hallways, and found nothing. I went back to my desk, but then I heard it again, my name whispered. This time, I jumped up fast, searching the building. Again, no one was there. When I confronted him, he said he'd been outside on the golf course. Later, I was helping housekeeping since they had some staff no-shows. I went to clean a room near my office. After finishing, I realized I missed something, so I went across the hall to the next room. While I was working, I clearly heard a man's voice say, "Get out!" At first, I thought someone was playing a joke on me, since I rarely helped housekeeping. I looked around the room and even checked outside, but no one was there. I continued cleaning, and again I heard it. "Get out!" I walked out, found the head housekeeper, and told her what had happened. She said her staff hadn't had any problems with the room. Later, I found out that the room had once been the sleeping quarters of the former manager, who had died after drinking himself to death following his dismissal. Another encounter happened in the kitchen. I was pulling items out of the fridge for breakfast when a 1-gallon mayo container filled with metal utensils suddenly flew off the shelf and landed in the middle of the floor. I didn't want to deal with it, so I left the utensils there and quickly finished my work. Later, I ran the items downstairs as fast as I could and didn't go back upstairs until other employees were around. I later picked up the utensils and placed them near the sink. There are other stories from employees that have been passed down to me. We've had a hard time deciding who the spirit might be. Could it be the strict former owner, coming back to inspect the work? Or the manager who didn't want to leave? Or maybe a guest who loved the hotel so much, he chose to stay there forever? If I had to pick the most haunted room in the old house, without a doubt, it would be the dining room. While strange things happen all over the house, nothing compared to the icy feeling we got from that room. I've already shared one incident, but now I'll tell you the rest of what I remember. I didn't have many personal experiences in the dining room because it was torn down when I was about 8 or 9 years old. But I do remember that us younger kids were terrified to even walk past the doorway. We would run past it. We never went into the dining room unless Mom or Dad was in the kitchen. In fact, that was the room where they'd hide our Christmas presents because they knew we wouldn't dare snoop there. I also remember that the room stayed so cold, it was like a refrigerator. One day, Mom made Jell-O and left it on the table in the dining room to set. After supper, she went to get it for dessert and found a man's handprint in the Jell-O, like someone had stood there with their hand in it while it set. Another time, Mom baked a pie and set it on the dining room table to cool. When she went back to put it away, the pie had been ruined. It looked like someone had stirred it around with their hands. We didn't use the dining room for meals. It was mainly used for storage and as an extra bedroom. Sometimes, we'd be sitting in the kitchen or living room, and we'd hear what sounded like chaos coming from the dining room, like someone was trashing the place. After a few minutes, things would go quiet. When we checked the room, we'd find it a mess, empty honey cans scattered everywhere, things that had been neatly put away now thrown around the room. I remember the door to the dining room locking by itself. It had an old-fashioned latch, just a 2x2 piece of wood with a nail in the center, similar to the latches on an outhouse. Mom would send us kids to fetch something from the dining room while she was busy cooking, and we'd find the door locked. She'd tell us to wait a few minutes, and when we'd go back, the door would open like nothing was ever wrong. Mom also told us a story about her dad, my grandpa, spending the night in the dining room in the late 30s or early 40s, after my grandma passed away but before he remarried. Grandpa had been squirrel hunting and stopped by Mom's place to have her cook them for him. After supper, they sat around talking, and before they knew it, it had gotten dark. Since Grandpa didn't have a lamp with him, Mom convinced him to spend the night in the dining room. They all settled in, blew out the coal oil lamp, and tried to sleep. About half an hour later, Grandpa shouted for Mom, saying there was a dog under his bed that was moaning and bumping around. He asked her to come get it out. Dad got up, lit the lamp, and searched the room, but they couldn't find any dog. Grandpa refused to go back to bed, grabbed his shotgun, and walked home in the dark. He told them he'd rather take his chances walking home than spend another minute in that room. That's about all I remember about the old dining room. I still think about it sometimes and wonder what exactly haunted it. I guess we'll never know for sure. I've been living in the same house with my mom and her friend Timmy for 4 years now. I'm 13, and I admit I have a bit of an imagination, but I honestly believe in everything I've experienced. For the past 4 years, strange things have happened in my house, especially in my bedroom and the living room. My mom recently switched her bedroom with the living room, but I still feel the same odd things. A lot of the time, when I'm in a room, something cold will suddenly enter. It's not cold like the temperature, but it feels like something is there. The room I'm in often feels colder than the rest of the house. I also have this feeling where I just know when someone enters or leaves a room, even without looking or hearing anything. Since moving in, I've always felt like there's someone watching and following me around the house. Just earlier today, I was on Facebook, and I felt like someone was resting their chin on my shoulder, staring at me. Every time I tried to look over without moving my head, the feeling would vanish. I also felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, and it's been tingling ever since. I've heard that every ghost has its own presence, and I'm sure the one who rested their chin on me is the same one that follows me. I've felt different presences inside and outside the house, too. Recently, my mom and I were talking about the house's history. We found out that it was built in the Victorian era. Not much is known about its past, but we do know the original owner had 2 daughters. One was kind, Alice, and the other was mean and neglected, Samantha. Inside my front door is a Jewish carving on a green piece of wood, meant to keep malevolent spirits out. It was already there when we moved in, and we never felt the need to take it down. Sometimes I feel like the kind daughter, Alice, is the one following me around since there aren't supposed to be evil spirits inside. But outside there's a door that leads to the cellar. It has a glass window, and I pass by it on my way to school. On the first day of school this year, I saw a girl with flaming red hair, wearing a Victorian-style dress. She was glaring at me with such intensity, like she wanted to kill me. It's one of my clearest and scariest memories. I remember every detail of her appearance. I believe she might be Samantha, the mean daughter, who can't enter the house because of the wood carving. I've seen her again during the winter last year. This time, she looked very sad when I was walking up to my house. But when she saw me, she gave me the same deadly glare. Oddly, I wasn't scared this time and stared at her until she looked like she wanted to attack me from behind the glass. It felt like she couldn't leave that spot behind the window. I'm not the only one who's been touched by a spirit in the house. Timmy and I were talking today, and he admitted that sometimes he feels like someone is watching him when he's alone. I have a theory about why nothing happens to my mom, but Timmy and I keep experiencing things. People say that ghosts are more likely to interact with children than adults. I'm still a kid, and I can be immature at times. Timmy is also very immature, so maybe that's why the spirits only seem to bother us. It's just a theory I have. When I was 8, my father joined the military, and we moved from Austin, Texas, to Vilseck, Germany. We settled into our new home, and my brother and I were excited to see snow for the first time. One morning after breakfast, we asked our mom if we could go outside to play. She said yes, so we ran outside to the backyard, which had a playground. We started having snowball fights and playing tag when I suddenly tripped and fell. As I stood up, I felt an odd urge to turn around and face our house. When I did, I saw a dark, shadowy figure in my room on the 2nd floor, staring down at us. I was frozen, trying to understand what I was seeing when my brother asked, "What is that?" I asked him if he could see it too, and he said yes. The more we stared at it, the more terrified we became. We started running toward the house, getting more scared the closer we got, because the figure was still there, watching us. We rushed inside and told our parents what we saw, but they didn't understand. My father went upstairs to check, but he found nothing. We begged him to check every room, but still, no sign of the shadowy figure. That night, I couldn't sleep in my room after what I'd seen. I ended up falling asleep in my brother's room, though he kept asking if I was still awake, both of us still shaken by what we'd witnessed. I finally fell asleep, only to be shaken awake by my brother. He looked terrified and told me he saw a huge black bat flying around the room. I believed him and we ran to our parents' room, but my dad found nothing. My mom stayed with us until we calmed down, but I still felt uneasy. As my brother fell asleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I finally opened my eyes and saw the same shadowy figure from earlier, flying around the room in different directions. It flew out of my room, and I was left in a cold sweat. After that night, strange things kept happening. One day, my brother and I were playing Nintendo in my room when the TV turned off by itself. My brother turned it back on, but it shut off again. He tried again, and it turned on by itself. Suddenly, my brother screamed, "Look!" I turned around and saw an elderly woman in a wheelchair at the doorway. She looked very old, her legs amputated, and she wore a blood-soaked nightgown. She looked as real as any person, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. We stood there for what felt like forever, and although we were scared, it didn't seem like she meant any harm. Then, she turned and pointed toward the hallway. A cloud of smoke formed in front of her, and it slowly shaped into the Shadow Man. As it walked toward her, we screamed for our parents, and the Shadow Man grabbed the woman. Then, they both vanished. After that, my father asked me if my brother and I were still seeing strange things. I told him yes, and he admitted he believed us. Soon after, we moved into an apartment for a year, and we stopped seeing the Shadow Man. When we left Germany and returned to Texas, I thought the strange events were behind us. Years later, when I was 19, my dad and I were watching a horror movie, The 13 Ghosts. After it ended, he asked me if I remembered the house in Germany. I said yes, and he told me something that chilled me. He said that one night, as he was about to fall asleep, he felt something grab both his ankles, lift his legs into the air, and slam them down hard on the bed. This continued for several nights. One night, after his legs were slammed again, he opened his eyes and saw the shadowy figure standing at the foot of his bed. It grabbed his legs, and he heard echoes of a woman screaming in German. When he sat up, the shadow disappeared. Over the years, my family and I had many more encounters in that house. I've tried to make sense of it all, and I think the Shadow Man was some kind of evil entity, possibly holding spirits captive. My brother even saw the spirit of a little boy with a bullet hole in his eye. The house was old, built in the 50s, and who knows what happened there. Sometimes I still have nightmares about the Shadow Man, and it feels like he still haunts me to this day. From the time I was born until I was 9, my family lived in a small house in Denver, Colorado. We moved in just before I was born, and we're still not sure what really happened in that house. My older sister once mentioned that a neighbor told her a little girl had died in the house before we moved in. It was clear the house was haunted, though we didn't understand why at the time. Many strange things happened there, and some of them still puzzle me today. I'll share just a few of the things that happened. One night, my mother was waiting for my father to come home from work. While sitting in the living room, she noticed a little girl standing in the hallway, visible in the reflection of the television. The girl was too old to be me but too young to be my older sister. When my mom turned to look, the girl disappeared. She realized she'd seen a ghost, but she wasn't scared. Later, an uncle on my mom's side visited and saw the same little girl. He saw her kneeling by the couch as if praying. The little girl never frightened anyone, and we always felt safe in the house. However, there was one guest who had a terrifying experience. My father's nephew came to visit, and though my mom had a weird feeling about him, she let him stay. He complained that a man dressed in black came to him one night while he was sleeping, trying to strangle him. My father was shocked because he knew the house was haunted, but the ghosts there had always been harmless. This left my parents confused and uneasy. The most significant experience I had happened when I was around 8 or 9. I was alone in the backyard, which was large, while my older sister watched TV in the front of the house, far away from me. My father had hung a large metal bar from the branches of a tree at the end of the yard, attaching a rope so my brother and I could play on it. I was playing on the rope when I suddenly looked up and saw the heavy metal bar falling toward me. The strange part was that it was falling in slow motion, as if someone was lowering it to avoid hitting me. I stood there frozen for a second, then quickly moved out of the way. As soon as I did, the bar hit the ground with a loud thud. If I hadn't moved, I'm certain I would have been seriously hurt. Or worse. I told my mom, and we concluded that the little girl must have protected me from the falling bar. But we're still not sure what happened with my father's nephew. We wonder if the spirit was trying to scare him away because of his bad character or if there was another, more malevolent spirit in the house that only came out when the little girl wasn't around to protect us. I'm now 19 and no longer live in that house, but ever since I moved out, I've been dreaming about it. In my dreams, the house is always haunted by the little girl, and I feel very frightened because the dreams feel so real. A few months ago, I found out the house was for sale, so I decided to visit. When I walked through the house, I noticed that many things had changed, but some were still the same. As a child, I never felt afraid in that house, but when I stood alone in my old bedroom, I felt like someone was watching me from all directions. I felt terrified. I also spoke to some old neighbors who told me that ever since my family moved out, no one has stayed in the house for long. After this visit, I've been having these frightening dreams more often. I'm not sure why, but it feels like the house is still haunted by that little girl. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I've worked in the medical field since I was 15, starting in various offices, hospitals, and laboratories. Over the years, I've had my share of strange experiences, but one in particular stands out. I was working at a laboratory that also served as the coroner's office. At first, this didn't bother me. I was fascinated by the autopsies and the work with the police. I worked there for 3 years, learning the business side of medicine while also attending classes. After a few months, I was given the option to work a shift from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m., which allowed me time for family and school. The only catch was being in the building alone from 5 a.m. until 7:30 a.m. I didn't mind though, since I could get more work done in peace. One morning, after about 2 weeks of this new schedule, I arrived at work and found the building full of people, chatting and laughing. No one acknowledged me as I entered. I made my way to my office and called security, annoyed that I hadn't been informed about any meeting. I sat back in my chair while I spoke to security, but as I listened, I could still hear people talking outside my office. There were at least 40 or 50 people in the outer office and lobby area, but something didn't feel right. I had the security company check the logs and the cameras, and they confirmed no one had entered or left the building since 8 p.m. the night before. The last technician to leave had locked everything up, including the gates. The security team said there was no one there. As I spoke to the security team, I was in shock. I could clearly hear voices and see people walking around. The security guard asked if I'd been partying or taking anything, thinking I was imagining it. But I was sure I wasn't. I looked outside my office again. I saw a woman in a nightgown and a man in his boxer shorts walking by. This didn't seem like the usual work crowd. It was like they were getting ready for bed. I quickly locked my office door and waited. A few minutes later, the security guard and 3 police officers arrived. They were puzzled when they found nothing on the cameras or in the logs. The only motion recorded was the autopsy cooler door slamming shut, which they claimed was due to a faulty hinge. But that didn't explain what I had seen. After a lengthy interview, I learned that not just living people worked at that lab. Many others, it seemed, inhabited the building as well. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about my past, especially with some strange things happening in my life now. To be honest, this story still gives me chills, and I've spent years trying to push it out of my mind. I lived in a house until I was 9, with my mom, brother, and sister. My stepdad lived with us sometimes, too. I remember dreading bedtime. Every night, there was this lady standing in my bedroom doorway, holding her hands out. She was young and very beautiful, with long red hair. She wore a white gown and had a round crown on her head, decorated with little brown sticks. I was terrified of her, and I would sleep in my mom's room every night, but she never woke up when I cried or yelled at her to. Sometimes the lady would stand at the end of my bed. I remember running to my brother's room for comfort, and he saw her too. Even my sister saw her sometimes. One afternoon, my 3 cousins were visiting. We were all in the living room when we heard my sister scream. We rushed to her room, and we saw the lady walking toward her, hands outstretched. We all started screaming, and my brother yelled at her to leave. It all happened so quickly, and then she was gone. My sister was shaking and crying. my cousins left, and they never came back to our house after that. My sister's boyfriend, who was there, also left. She started meeting him somewhere else after that. I remember my cousins came by again some time later, but they never went inside. They only visited on the front porch. Years later, my brother and I talked about what happened. He told me he'd seen little boys' faces around the house, though I never did. I only ever saw the lady in the white gown. We also often heard strange noises at night coming from the kitchen, and in the mornings, we would find dishes all over the floor, stacked up. It happened so often that we eventually got used to it. Our bathroom had 2 doors, each with eye hooks on the inside. Sometimes the doors would be locked from the inside, and it would scare us. My brother would call the police, and they came out several times. Each time, they'd find the window locked from the inside, even though it was 8 or 9 feet high. The police were always confused. They couldn't figure out how the doors were locking. One time, a police officer and policewoman came. They said the house was strange, and they believed it was haunted. We hated calling them, but we had no choice. Things got worse when my mom started changing, and by the time I was 9, I was placed in foster care. My brother and sister were older, so they moved out on their own. I was always scared in the foster homes, especially at night. I thought for sure I would see that lady again, but I'm thankful I never did after I left that house. I remember someone telling me when I was little never to go back to that house, and I've never been back. The house is in Los Baños, California, near the main downtown area. My mom had a lot of old pictures on the back porch, and my brother always said they looked creepy. We didn't know who the people in them were. I don't understand why that lady bothered us or why she had a crown on her head. My mom got better years later, and when I was around 11 or 12, my brother moved her in with him. I was finally able to see her every day and take care of her. As some of you may know from my other stories, both my mom and brother have passed on now. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about that old house again, and I'm not sure why, since I've tried so hard to forget about it. But I can't help but wonder, why did she wear that crown? One night, my 3 friends and I decided to do something different for a change instead of staying home or going to a usual fun spot. Nancy suggested we go to Gravity Hill, and without thinking twice, we all agreed. It was 2:30 a.m. when we left, excited about the stories we'd heard about this place. But when we reached the turning point, a wave of unease hit all of us. We knew the area was known for strange occurrences and even for being a meeting spot for the KKK. Some people had reported seeing them there, performing rituals and seances. After a moment of hesitation, we all looked at each other and decided, why not? We're already here. We drove for what felt like a mile, but it ended up being about 5. The whole ride was silent because we were all too scared to speak. When we finally arrived, the first things we saw were a cemetery and a large, eerie white building that looked like an insane asylum sitting in the middle of it. I swear I saw something, maybe a shadow or a figure, move across the cemetery. I checked my phone, 3:15 a.m. To make it worse, all 4 of our phones had no reception, despite us all having different carriers. We parked the car next to the cemetery, turned it off, but left it in neutral, sitting in complete darkness. Within 5 minutes, the car started moving uphill on its own. We were all frozen, staring at each other in disbelief. I kept my eyes straight ahead, afraid to look out the window, thinking I might see someone beside the car. Nancy, who was driving, panicked and decided it was time to leave. It was her brand new car, just a week old, and she was clearly freaking out. As she turned the car around and started to drive away slowly, we tried to gather our courage and look around. When we passed the cemetery, she pressed the gas, but the car wouldn't go faster than 20 miles per hour. It didn't make sense. This was a brand new car. She floored the pedal, but the car still wouldn't budge. We felt this heavy pull, almost like gravity was pushing us back. It was terrifying. We were far from the spot where the car had moved on its own, but it still wouldn't speed up. I started praying silently because I couldn't stand the feeling of being stuck at that speed. The car didn't go faster than 20 miles per hour for almost a mile. We were all worried it might stop entirely, leaving us stranded on a pitch-black hill with no phone signal. Finally, the car started to pick up speed. As we made the last turn to leave the hills, Kathy, sitting behind me, said she saw a figure standing next to a tree. She quickly closed her eyes and started praying until we finally made it out of there. Our other friend, who had been a little drunk, just closed her eyes and fell asleep. When we finally got home, we decided that next time, we'd take a camera to see what we might capture. I've been a military brat my whole life. My first paranormal experiences go back to when I was a child living at Quonset Point Naval Base. My father worked as a computer analyst, and we lived in a mobile home park on base. I have vivid memories from around 1969 to 1973, during the years I was in kindergarten through 3rd grade. One time, I saw an orange tabby cat sleeping on the living room couch. The thing was, we didn't have an orange cat. As I got closer to it, I noticed something strange. The cat didn't have a head or a tail, just a body. It was odd, and when I looked at it, my vision seemed to blur. I blinked and turned to tell my mom, who was in the kitchen. When I looked back, the cat was gone. Another strange experience happened when I caught and kept a pet turtle. One night, I heard it scraping along the hallway from the living room to the bedrooms. My dad told me to check on it before it got lost, but I ignored it because I was reading a comic book. The scraping stopped. When I finally went to look for the turtle, I couldn't find it anywhere, despite checking every place multiple times. All the doors were closed, and there was no sign of the turtle. Years later, my dad told me that when he moved the mobile home in the mid-70s, he found the turtle's shell under the house. There were no bones, just the shell, in a crawl space that no one had access to. The space was totally sealed off, so there was no way the turtle could have crawled there. The most significant experience happened one night when I was around 8 or 9. I was in the top bunk of the bed, my sister was on the bottom bunk, and my parents were in the master bedroom. I woke up for no apparent reason, but something felt wrong in the house. I couldn't figure out why at first. Then I heard footsteps near the front door. It wasn't just the sound of footsteps, but I could sense the presence of someone moving through the house, trying to be quiet but still making a slight depression on the floor with each step. I was too scared to shout, but I could feel something near me, right behind the wall of my bunk. The door to my bedroom slowly opened, and I felt a breeze from the door as it moved. I kept my eyes shut, terrified, convinced that whatever it was, I mustn't look at it. I felt its presence near me, just a foot or two away. It had mass, but there was something wrong about it, like it wasn't fully there. It felt less than it should have been. Then, I felt something cold press against my back. It felt like a cold wiener, sticky and attached to my skin. I was disgusted, but I gathered the courage to move, rolling onto my side to confront whatever it was. As I shifted, I felt something lightly touch my right side, almost like a hand reaching for the thing on my back. The touch was so light that it seemed to try not to make contact with my skin. The fingers felt off, too, like it didn't have enough fingers or no thumb. I was too terrified to move, but I couldn't stop myself from turning back to my right side. My fear grew as I felt it fumble for what was attached to me. After what felt like an eternity, I felt the thing on my back being pulled off. It pinched a bit when it was removed, and I felt a strange residue left behind on my skin. I didn't hear it breathing, and it was silent as it left the room. Then I heard it stomp back the way it came, exiting the house. The next day, I tried to tell my parents, but they didn't believe me. In fact, my dad even took away some of my favorite TV shows, The Night Stalker, Outer Limits, and The Twilight Zone, because he thought my experiences were just imagination. That lesson taught me to keep my experiences to myself around non-believers. Since then, I've had many more paranormal experiences, predictive dreams, occasional visions, eerie feelings, and even UFO sightings. In high school, I used to annoy my friends and family by correctly guessing who was calling before they even said anything, long before the days of caller ID. Now, I'd been in the Air Force and went through survival training for combat communications school. That experience included severe sleep deprivation, which led to hallucinations. But looking back, I'm sure my childhood, night terror, wasn't a hallucination. We moved into a nice ranch-style house on a quiet street in a residential neighborhood. From the moment we moved in, the house had a way of speaking to us. The first weekend, my mother stayed alone in the house. She slept on the living room floor since we didn't have furniture yet. She says she heard a clicking sound in the wall that kept her awake, but couldn't figure out what it was. That same weekend, while putting away my brother's clothes, she heard a violent rattle. When she turned around, she saw his closet door shaking violently on its own. It was summer, and we were new to the neighborhood. My brother and I explored every nook and cranny of the house and soon realized it had a strange, almost bizarre energy to it. The basement was the first thing that unsettled me. It smelled awful, though I couldn't place the smell. It was just putrid. I hated it down there. There was a room underneath my bedroom that gave me the creeps. We found a boarded-up shower in the basement bathroom, and our curiosity got the best of us. We pried it open, finding no bodies, just living spiders. While investigating, we heard noises upstairs like people talking and walking around. Thinking it was intruders, we rushed upstairs to catch them, but no one was there. That was strange. Next, we checked my brother's closet. We didn't know about Mom's experience yet. It was deep and dark, with shelving on both sides, and it felt eerily alive. We were looking for toys when suddenly, both of us felt a chilling presence. We bolted out of there without saying a word to each other. Once in the living room, we both agreed, the closet was not right. There was something in there, not human, that didn't want us there. Then we heard voices downstairs. Thinking the intruders had returned, we grabbed our toy weapons and went downstairs to confront them. We called out, but when we reached the bottom of the stairs, silence. We searched the basement, but nothing was there. Then, the voices were upstairs again. We ran back and forth between floors, growing more and more scared, until we finally hid behind the basement bar, too terrified to go upstairs. We waited there until our mom got home. When she finally arrived, we rushed to greet her with our tale of horror. She listened, gave us a strange look, and said we should lock the doors and windows at night. I joked that it was hard for a ghost to rob us. Things didn't stop there. Mom started noticing that the back door would be open every morning before she left for work. She asked us why we kept opening it at night, but we had no idea. The door was right across from my bedroom, next to the basement. I joked, maybe the ghost was coming home late from wandering the streets. We started seeing strange cars parked across the street, staring at our house. We felt like we were living in some kind of refugee camp, hiding from kidnappers, though the real threat seemed to be inside the house. There were other strange occurrences too. At dinner time, a foul smell would fill the kitchen and linger for a few moments before vanishing. We couldn't figure out the source, but it certainly wasn't a ghost fart. Then, objects began moving on their own. One day, my play phone started ringing by itself. I went into my room and found it in a corner, ringing without anyone touching it. I took the batteries out, but it kept playing, so I threw it away. After that, the back doorbell started ringing on its own. We'd be in the living room, and suddenly, it would ring, just one short ding, like someone was trying to get our attention. At first, we thought it was pranksters, but it became clear something else was at play. As fall set in, things changed again. The old heaters, powered by a water heater in the basement, started making strange gurgling and rattling noises when they turned on. They never worked like electric heaters, and the rattling continued even after the landlord checked them and found nothing wrong. Then, one night, I heard a girl's voice in my closet. I couldn't make out what she said, but it was clear she was in there. That was the start of a new wave of weirdness. My brother began having nightmares and couldn't sleep in his room anymore. Something was keeping him awake in there, just like the voices in my room were keeping me up. Then, we began smelling something burning. It smelled like burnt rubber, and it lingered everywhere in the house. We checked every room, but couldn't find the source. As the weather grew colder, the atmosphere in the house changed. The house seemed to take turns talking to each of us. Objects kept going missing, only to show up in odd places. The doorbell continued to ring on its own, but this time, we knew it wasn't a prank, it was something else entirely. In early spring, the house almost burned down due to a prankster. The fire was thankfully contained, but when my mother saw a black hooded figure grimacing at her before she entered the house, she knew something wasn't right. That was just the first year. And as we soon learned, it was only the beginning. There's more to this story, and it only gets deeper from here. It still gives me chills when I think about the strange and sometimes terrifying experiences my family had in that old apartment. The units were originally built for military families before the housing authority took them over. When my father and I did a walkthrough before I moved in, I was overcome with sadness. I started crying in the car, telling him I didn't like it there. At the time, I was a young mother, trying to escape a bad situation. There wasn't enough room at my dad's house, and this was the only place I could afford. So I sucked it up, moved in, and found myself alone for the first time with just my baby and me. The first thing that happened was when I came home from work one day and found the living room window open. I thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it until it started happening almost every day. Then my daughter refused to sleep in her room. She was young, so I just assumed it was because she wanted to be close to me. One night, I got a strange feeling sleeping in my room upstairs. So, my baby and I slept on the couch in the living room. We had an old answering machine, and one night it went off by itself. I tried to keep calm, thinking the ringer on the phone must have been off. I picked up the phone and saw the ringer was on. Then the answering machine kept going off over and over. The TV turned on and off by itself too. I was terrified and screamed, "Get out of here now! This is my place!" Then, everything went quiet for a long time. When my husband moved in, and we had our son, the strange things started again. One experience was so frightening that we decided to move. By this time, my daughter had grown used to the odd happenings. But when I started putting my son to sleep in his room, he would scream until we came and got him. One night, when he was a little older, I laid him down to sleep in the room with his sister. My husband was working late, and it was just the kids and me. I was on the phone when suddenly I heard my son screaming and banging on the wall. I rushed to the kids' room, and when I opened the door, I swear I saw my son's arm pinned in midair, his feet dangling. My daughter was horrified. Whatever it was dropped him, and I ran to grab him. We all slept in my room that night and said a prayer. The next morning, my son said his back hurt. When I pulled up his shirt, I saw 2 fawn-shaped bite marks on his back. I told my husband, and we had a priest bless our son. He also gave us holy water, which we used to bless the house. Things quieted down for a while, but I was determined to find a new place. We stayed there another 6 months, but just before we were ready to move, things started up again. These occurrences were creepy but not horrifying, doors closing by themselves, the sound of footsteps on the stairs when no one was awake. Then, 2 weeks before we were supposed to turn in the keys, I woke up to something landing on me. It was a shirt I had folded earlier and placed in a packing box, but all our clothes had been thrown out of the box. On the very last day, as I was checking the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything, I was looking at the windows in the room where my children had stayed. I was thinking about how much the landlord might charge us to clean off the stickers my kids had put on the windows. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a face, someone's or something's face, come through the wall. When I turned to look, it was gone. It looked like it had fangs. The feeling of a nice spring day is so relaxing, and I love it. Parks are so peaceful when no one is around. My friend Kendra and I were having a great time. Suddenly, we heard the laughter of a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old. We looked around, but the park was empty. It was just us. It was a small school park, not very big, and no one was near us. We shrugged it off and kept talking. Then I saw a little girl running down some stairs that led to part of the school. She had messy blonde hair, a sky blue dress with white lace, and one pigtail tied with blue lace, while the other side hung loose. She was giggling as she ran down the stairs. I decided to follow her because she was running in an area of the school where she shouldn't be. But then, she disappeared, into the wall. I ran down the steps and looked inside the door. There was nothing there, no sign of the girl at all. My friend and I were freaked out, and we decided to leave. As we walked away, I noticed a small piece of blue lace on the ground. It matched the exact color of the girl's dress and the lace from her pigtail. I realized that was why half her hair was down. It must have fallen out when she disappeared. Another time, I was at the park with my cousins Nikki and Ben, and my brother Cole. It was nighttime, and the place had an eerie feeling to it. We were sitting and chatting when Nikki and I noticed a man standing in the middle of the parking lot, just staring at us. He looked almost evil. He was chubby and wore nice clothes, kind of. Nikki and I got scared, but Ben and Cole didn't believe us when we tried to point him out. We shrugged it off and kept talking. Then, we looked over at the school doorway and saw the same man again, staring at us, his eyes full of hatred. He had the same look, the same clothes, everything. At that point, we were terrified, and even Ben and Cole saw him. We ran home as fast as we could since we only lived a block away. That was one of my first paranormal experiences, and it left me shaken. When we told our parents, and my cousin's mom, they were visiting from 2 hours away, they didn't believe us. It was hard, but what could we do? Even now, when I go to the park, I still see the man either in the school or the parking lot. It's not as scary as it was before, but I always feel like he's watching me. The girl, though, I only feel her presence when I go near the stairs where she ran or look into the room I peered through. Was the girl trying to lead me somewhere? Was the man trying to warn us to leave? I wonder if they died there, or if they wanted something from us. I'll never know for sure. Some mysteries in life remain unsolved, and maybe some things are better left unanswered. About 2 or 3 years ago, 6 years after my family and I moved into our house, something decided to join us. I call him Robert, though, given my luck, it's probably genderless or even a girl. Robert made his presence known right away. He started tossing small things at us when we'd walk past the kitchen. Only one thing ever hit us, a spool of thread that struck my dad in the back of the head while he was making coffee. After that, things settled down, but we started seeing things. It was always a tall, skinny black mass moving from the dining room to the kitchen. It only happened in that area. If one of us was alone in there, say, cooking, we'd hear our names whispered behind us or something unintelligible in our ear. Eventually it stopped, and for almost a year, it was just us in the house. Outside we had other things. I'm not sure what to call them, but I've seen strange creatures watching me from behind the trees. They're tall, skinny, reddish-brown, with comb-like horns on top of their heads and pointed faces. While Robert was busy with whatever ghosts do, I had fun trying to figure out what those creatures were. About 6 months ago, things picked up again inside the house. Robert left the kitchen and began spreading out. The garage is the worst area. My bedroom is next to the wall of the garage, and I constantly hear tinkering sounds coming from there. Once I heard a loud crash, like my dad's entire rack of tools had fallen, but when I checked, everything was in place. Lately, Robert's favorite thing has been running up and down the stairs. I can hear the footsteps running down, stopping, and then running back up. The cats will sit at the bottom of the stairs, watching whatever it is, but when I check it stops. Still, I can feel something watching me from the top of the stairs. There are scarier things that have happened here, like something massive blocking my window, or once, something lifting my legs while I was in bed. This all started when I was about 7 or 8, and I still live in the same house in Kentucky. My family had just moved across town. At that age, it didn't bother me much. I didn't have to change schools. Shortly after we settled in, strange things began happening. I would sometimes hear my name being called, always sounding exactly like my dad. I'd run upstairs and ask him what he needed, but he'd tell me he hadn't called me. At first, I thought he was just messing with me, since he likes to joke around. But as I got older and started staying home alone, it happened more often. Eventually, I got used to it, still convinced my dad was just playing around. One weekend, I was downstairs alone with my dog, watching TV, while my dad was upstairs asleep. I heard my name again, but this time, I knew my dad was asleep. I got up, walked out of the room, and checked upstairs. All the lights were off, but I checked my dad's room anyway. He was still asleep. Creeped out, I went back downstairs. My dog didn't follow me, she stayed in the hallway. I sat back down to watch TV, but soon felt like someone was watching me. I turned off the TV, walked into the hallway, and found my dog waiting for me. After that, I refused to go into that hallway or room with the lights off. I became terrified just looking at it. Soon, I wouldn't go into that part of the house unless someone was with me. When I was about 11, I was home alone again, thinking I was big enough to handle it. I was sitting in the living room, the hallway to my right, when I heard my name called softly from the hallway. A few minutes later, it happened again, louder this time. I froze, staring into the dark hallway, but I didn't see anything. I ran upstairs and turned on every light I could find, including the TV and computers. I didn't tell anyone about it. A while later, I was playing hide and seek with my younger brother. He often hid in the closet in the room where I felt watched. I went in, proud that I had found him, and noticed the clothes on the hangers moving. I pushed aside the clothes, expecting him to be there. But when I kept moving them, I heard laughter. It wasn't from my brother. I was terrified, called out for him, and he answered from the other side of the room, far down the hall. Then I heard voices talking and laughing from inside the closet. I ran out of there fast, scared out of my mind. Things quieted down after that, though I still occasionally heard my name called, just once a month or so. I avoided the dark parts of the house, especially the area by the front door. It was often left in darkness, so I'd sprint through it to get to the living room or upstairs. A few months after I turned 12, I was doing something in the living room when I looked up and saw a figure. It was light blue, almost white, and wore clothes from 20 or 30 years ago, a nice suit and a hat with a feather in it. He just stared at me, and I stared back for a few seconds before he vanished. I was shaken up and became afraid of the downstairs, unless someone was with me. But surprisingly, after that, it stopped, and I didn't hear my name anymore. However, I still occasionally felt like someone was watching me, and I'd feel cold spots. Now, at 16, I still feel like he's watching me, especially when I talk about him. I've told my friends, but they laugh it off. My mom doesn't believe me, and my brother, who I found out also heard the voice calling his name, doesn't want to believe in ghosts because of his faith. My dad's one of the few who believes, though it's never happened to him. A year ago, things started again, but differently. He started walking behind me, just out of sight. I can't see him, but I know he's there. About 6 months ago, my light started flickering on and off, and it went on for about 10 minutes straight. I didn't think much of it at first, but it kept happening. I eventually unplugged the light, half expecting it to keep flickering, but it didn't. A few months ago, I told another friend about the ghost, and he convinced me to go into the hallway alone, with the lights off, and try to communicate with him. I sat down, tried to clear my mind, I'd never meditated before, and started asking him questions. The only things I heard were whispers I couldn't understand and some quiet thumps. After what felt like 5 minutes, my friend, who I was on the phone with, said I had been sitting there for 20 minutes. I couldn't remember anything from that time, so I gave up. A week later, I woke up for school and went to take a shower. As I stepped into the bathroom, I heard him yell, "Bio!" I jumped, completely awake, and looked around. I asked, "Why did you scare me?" but didn't get an answer. I haven't tried to talk to him since, but I can still feel him watching me at night. I don't think he's a bad ghost, but I'm too afraid to learn how to communicate with him. I've never been able to learn much about the house, who lived here before us, or if anyone died here. I have no idea who he could be. This weekend started with my school friends heading to Chepet, about 150 kilometers from where we live. We decided to take our bikes for the 2-day trip. It seemed like a great idea at first, just a fun ride, until things took a strange turn. Taking two-wheelers for such a long distance wasn't the best idea. The highways were filled with heavy vehicles, many of which were breaking rules, and to make matters worse, the bike my friend and I were on had no headlight. We wanted to extend our time there, so we decided to travel Saturday night. We started speeding down the road, and after about 50 kilometers, we stopped for a tea break. We had a smoke, some tea, and spent time chatting before we decided to take a shortcut. An elderly man told us about a route we shouldn't have taken, but, being young and eager to race, we went for it anyway. Without headlights, we had to follow another bike's light. After a while, we found ourselves alone on the road. We couldn't catch up with the other bike, but we kept going, hoping to find them again. My friend tried calling them, but no one answered. We were alone, no headlights, just the dim moonlight. We started to speed up, but we didn't know what was ahead, so we tried to keep a steady pace. Then, we crossed a narrow bridge. It looked unused, and as soon as we stepped on it, we both felt an eerie sensation. Goosebumps spread over us. At the same time, my friend gripped my shoulders tightly, clearly terrified. Neither of us said a word, but the fear was overwhelming. About halfway across the bridge, we saw something, a creature. At first, I thought it was a dog, but then it looked more like a crippled human, darker in tone, moving towards us from the left side of the bridge. My heart raced as I lost control of the bike, but somehow, I didn't hit it. I passed right through it. I was confused, but I sped up to get away from the spot as fast as I could. My friend didn't speak, but his grip on my shoulders tightened. I asked if he was okay, but he didn't answer. We finally crossed the bridge and found our friends waiting a few meters ahead. Before I could say anything, I heard a loud, mournful cry. It wasn't a creature this time. It was my friend who had been sitting behind me. He was screaming, crying uncontrollably. This was strange because he was always the tough guy, never showing weakness, even after a past accident. But this time, he couldn't stop crying. We tried to console him, but nothing worked. His cries went on for over 20 minutes. We decided to head back, but I didn't say anything about what had happened. We took the same bridge to return, and I was worried that crossing it again would make things worse. But as we approached, one of my friends started his engine, and his headlight led us to a small lane that we took instead. 2 hours later, we reached home. My friend hadn't stopped crying. We couldn't leave him alone, so I called his brother to explain what happened, and we took him to his house. But even after we left him, the next week was a nightmare. Every night, he screamed and cried, shouting at something he saw, asking us to send it away. After a week, we had his house blessed, and the screaming stopped. My friend never wanted to talk about it again, and neither did we. However, I later learned from another friend who studies apparitions that the creature we saw was likely the ghost of a person who had been run over. I wasn't as affected by the experience as my friend, but I still wonder about that bridge. One day, I hope to pass through it again, to see if the creature will appear once more. This happened to my mum about 10 years ago, shortly after she bought a second-hand bed. Her first encounter was when the clock on top of her TV would move slightly, just enough for her to notice, but not enough for anyone else to see. The second encounter occurred when she was asleep alone. She woke up to see something standing next to her bed. She blinked a few times, thinking it was a dream, but it wasn't. My mum described what she saw, a small figure with no hair, and the brightest blue eyes she had ever seen. She couldn't make out its face, but she was transfixed by its eyes. The figure also poked her in the back and told her to get up. Mum thought it might have been her husband, but she was always alone when these things happened, except for the clock incident, which they both witnessed. She mentioned that the figure in her bedroom had a color like a shirt, but she couldn't make out anything significant about it. Her third encounter was the most terrifying. It was late at night, and she was home alone in bed. When she rolled over to her husband's side, she was suddenly thrown back to her own side of the bed. Thinking her husband had come home, she called out to him, but there was no reply. After that, she became afraid to stay in the house. She had a priest come to bless it. He started from the outside and worked his way through each room, until he reached my mum's bedroom. Keep in mind, she had never told him which bedroom the encounters took place in. The priest said that something was in the room but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. He advised my mum and her husband to never speak about the incidents again, as it might invite whatever it was back. After the priest's visit, my mum never experienced anything again. The heaviness she had felt disappeared. This all happened in Crewe, UK. My mum moved away about 10 years ago, and hasn't had anything happen since. This happened a while back, when my boyfriend and I were relaxing on the couch. We had a nice evening ahead of us, pillows, a blanket, and the TV on, browsing for something good to watch. It was between 9 o'clock and 11 p.m. Inky, our cat, was happily purring in his little bed. Sky Premiere was showing an Angelina Jolie film, and we watched it without moving until it finished around 12:30 a.m. After the movie, I decided to go to bed. I kissed my boyfriend goodnight and fell asleep quickly, comforted by the light from the living room shining into the hallway, knowing my boyfriend was still watching TV. The next morning, I woke up to find my boyfriend already up and working in the studio. I asked him what time he woke up, and he said around 4 a.m. Then he asked me, "Did you get up and switch the TV off?" I was confused and told him no, that I had passed out as soon as I went to bed. He insisted that I had turned the TV off and the skybox, but I was sure I hadn't. The weekend went by, and nothing unusual happened until Sunday evening when my son returned from his grand's house. After dinner, my son and I played Assassin's Creed on the computer for a while. Around 8:30 p.m., we got bored and switched off the game, deciding to watch some TV instead. My son took Inky's basket and put him in his room for the night, as Inky usually sleeps with me. I reminded my son to leave the door slightly ajar so Inky could go eat if he wanted to. At about 9:45 p.m., my son went to bed with the cat, and my boyfriend joined me in the living room. We watched TV for a bit before I decided to go to bed since I had work the next day. I kissed my boyfriend goodnight, checked the windows and appliances, and made sure Inky was okay. I went to bed, feeling at ease. At around 1:45 a.m., I woke up to movement in the living room, assuming it was my boyfriend. I went back to sleep, but when I woke up again at 5:45 a.m., Inky was lying next to me. I went to the kitchen, and my boyfriend was there on the computer. I asked him what time he had gotten up, and he told me around 2 a.m. He said he had heard banging on the window and, when he opened his eyes, found the TV off but the skybox still on. When he checked outside, he saw Inky wanting to come in. He asked me if I turned off the TV or let the cat out, and I said no to both. We wondered if it was an electrical problem, but the bigger mystery was how Inky had gotten outside. My son was still asleep, so we couldn't ask him yet. When my son woke up, we asked him too, and he denied having done either. We were baffled. The following Saturday, after being up all night, my boyfriend and I finally collapsed on the couch at around 10 a.m. We fell asleep while the TV was still on. I remember waking up briefly and changing the channel before drifting back to sleep. As I lay there, a sudden feeling of fear swept over me. I opened my eyes quickly, and the TV went into standby. I grabbed the Sky remote, and as I did, the TV switched back on. It felt like a dark presence near the doorway, and I got up to check, but no one was there. I walked into the hallway to find Inky still asleep. It was just past noon, and I couldn't make sense of what had happened. I was still thinking about the events with the TV and the eerie presence I felt. I didn't feel like going back to sleep, so I tried to distract myself by browsing the internet and playing games, but nothing helped. Later, my boyfriend woke up and asked how long I'd been up. I told him what happened with the TV, and he was just as confused as I was. My son checked the remote controls and switches but found no faults. The following Tuesday, while teaching my yoga class, something strange happened again. I put on a CD with 8 tracks, and the music played fine until it reached the last track. The music suddenly stopped. When I checked the system, the on-off button was in standby mode, as though someone had switched it off. When I was a young, broke college student, my friend and I thought we had found the deal of a lifetime. A huge 5-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms for dirt cheap rent. The house was located in a quiet area of Virginia, but it suited our needs and the price was unbeatable. One thing we didn't know was that in Virginia, there are no disclosure laws for real estate, meaning renters or buyers aren't told the history of a house before moving in. Within a month of moving in, strange things began to happen. The electricity in the house never seemed to work right. We chalked it up to the house's age, built in the early 1900s with rewiring done in the 50s. The main breaker was located in a barn 20 yards away, and whenever it tripped, which happened at least 4 times a week, we'd have to grab a flashlight and walk to the barn to flip it back on. But it wasn't just the electricity. We had an answering machine that never recorded messages. Sometimes the light would blink, but when we pushed play, all we'd hear was static. It was the same story when we tried to record shows. We'd only get static. To make it worse, none of our photos would develop correctly, no matter how many rolls of film we went through. The first real sign that something was wrong came about 4 weeks after moving in. One day, as we headed to the garage, accessible only through the kitchen or an old automatic door outside, we stopped dead in our tracks. There was a man standing in the garage. He didn't react when we screamed. My friend slammed the door and locked it, then grabbed a gun. We opened the door again, but the man was gone. There was no other way in, and no sound from the automatic door. We were baffled but tried to move on. After that, things only got stranger. We started hearing the sound of a baby crying, followed by a rocking chair from the attic. We investigated, but found nothing. Certain areas of the house would feel cold, uncomfortably cold for a Virginia summer. We'd also wake up to find the pantry items scattered on the floor. These were just a few of the odd things that became a regular occurrence. Then came the most terrifying moment. One evening, while we were playing cards in the kitchen, the lights went out. We went outside to trip the breaker and, when we came back, our friend was running up the porch steps, holding a baseball bat. He said he'd seen a man in our living room, walking up the stairs. We searched the house with the bat and a gun, but there was no one there. A couple of weeks later, my roommate's boss asked why she hadn't returned his call. She told him she hadn't received any messages. But he described a man who answered the phone and told him we were out. We learned that other people who had called had the same experience. By then, we were freaked out, so we decided to ask some locals about the house. It turned out that the house had always been vacant within 6 months of being rented. Despite the growing unease, we stayed on because the rent was so cheap. One evening, we were watching TV in the living room when we heard a massive thud against the basement door. The whole wall shook, and the door frame came loose. We rushed to the door, which was locked, but heard growling and claws scraping on the other side. We grabbed the gun and checked the entrance. It was bolted shut, and the small windows were undisturbed. We cautiously opened the basement door, only to find nothing there. But there were claw marks on the door, 3-toed marks that didn't match anything local. No animal could have exerted that much force without breaking the door or window. That was the last straw. We moved out a week later, but we never figured out what had happened in that house. To this day, it remains a mystery, and no one has ever stayed there for more than 6 months. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A few years ago, when I was 16, my friends and I discovered a secluded sports field near my dad's place, just 5 blocks away. It seemed like the perfect spot to hang out. The field was next to the main road, and behind it, a smaller field was used for dog training. Behind that smaller field, there were bushes and trees covering an entrance to a large gutter system, about 500 meters from an old, abandoned mine dump. One day, I decided to explore the tunnel that ran beneath the field. It was big enough for a group of people, and we brought flashlights to check it out. I went in first, and the walls of the tunnel were covered in strange, satanic pentagrams that looked like they'd been drawn with blood. I called my friends in, and despite the creepy symbols, we decided to make the tunnel our hangout spot. Locals said it was over 1.8 kilometers long, and it was pitch black inside. For months, nothing strange happened, but I always felt uneasy about the markings on the walls. Then, one day, my best friend Sally and I decided to visit the tunnel alone. We spent hours talking inside, but we kept hearing a strange moaning sound from the back of the tunnel, like a woman crying. We hoped it was just our imagination, but when we checked, we found nothing. The next day, we brought our other friends back, and the same thing happened. A few days later, I lent a Wicca book to a friend, which had been given to me by a strange woman. My friend soon started having nightmares and saw figures outside her bedroom door. Feeling uneasy, I went to the tunnel with my friends and burned the book there. After that, the noises in the tunnel got worse, and we decided to investigate with backup. We brought a camera and 2 huge candlelit torches. The deeper we went, the weirder and more disturbing the symbols on the walls became. We even found a devil's trap in the middle of the floor, meant to trap evil spirits. But the worst part came when we heard the moaning again, and this time, we saw the woman. She was standing against the wall, her skin gray and covered in wounds. She was shaking and moaning, and it was clear she was in some kind of pain. She was naked, and it looked like she had been stabbed. We all saw her, and I slowly started backing away, with the others following. As we tried to leave, we turned around and saw her following us, getting closer and closer. We started running, but one of our friends, Angelo, screamed. He said she had attacked him. When we finally made it out, Angelo had a large handprint on his back, like someone had slapped him hard. We never returned to the tunnel after that, and we swore not to even set foot near the place again. Later, Angelo's handprint was featured in the local newspaper. Residents living near the field say they still hear a woman crying or moaning at random times. From that day on, none of us dared to go back. A while after the little old lady incident, I moved to Sydney and landed a job as a clerk at a big, flashy department store, name withheld. The building was old, dating back to the mid-1800s. My office was a small, cramped space, no bigger than a bathroom, tucked away from everyone else. Above my office were empty rooms, and across from it was the storage room with the fax machine and photocopier. My workmate was on leave for the week, so I was alone. Barely a week into the job, strange things began happening. First, I kept seeing a man, in a gray boiler suit out of the corner of my eye. Every time I turned around, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. Then, things started disappearing, and I'd hear voices coming from the empty rooms. At first, I brushed it off. I didn't want to seem crazy, so I kept it to myself. I'd also hear an old-fashioned telephone ringing or footsteps in the hall, but there was never anyone there. Eventually, I built up the courage to tell Linda, the colleague I was working with. She looked at me and said, "You heard that too?" Thank God I wasn't the only one. Linda had seen the man in the gray suit as well. He was always standing there, hands in his pockets, so much so that he became almost part of the furniture. Then I started noticing strange smells, cigarettes, even though smoking wasn't allowed, and a perfume I didn't recognize. Sometimes, I'd hear whispering next to me. The situation escalated one cold, wet July evening. My boss asked me to do some overtime. I wasn't thrilled but figured I could use the extra cash. It was around 9 p.m. when I decided to take a break. I wandered upstairs to check out the old, empty offices. I climbed the stairs with my flashlight and walked down the hall. I tried one of the doors, and it opened. As soon as I stepped in, I was overwhelmed by the feeling that the room was full of people. It felt like they were watching me, waiting for me to leave. The air was charged, and I quickly backed out, shutting the door behind me. Further down the hall, I found a ballroom. Back in the 20s and 30s, they used to have lunchtime ballroom dancing. To my horror, I saw a man and a woman in 1930s attire, dancing to music only they could hear. I ran out of there faster than I've ever run in my life. The strange occurrences didn't stop there. I was in the elevator one day when it suddenly stopped mid-floor. As I tried to get out, something grabbed my elbow. I screamed and stumbled out, right in front of the big boss and several higher-ups. They watched as I fought off whatever was attached to me. It was terrifying. Later, I found out that the man in the gray suit was the building's original owner, and that my office had been his. I moved to Boise when I was 15, into a big house on Amity with Indian Lakes Golf Course as our backyard. The house was amazing, 3-story vaulted ceilings in the living room, a curved staircase, and an open second-story landing. Upstairs had 3 bedrooms, and the master was downstairs. There was a pull-down ladder in the upstairs bathroom that led to the attic, which wasn't just an attic, it was another room. It looked like it should have been an artist's studio, filled with velvet paintings of cats with huge eyes and other strange things. But it wasn't the room that bothered me, it was the feeling. The air felt heavy, and I always felt like something was watching me when I was up there. I lived with my parents and 4 siblings. My mom worked nights at St. Ailes, so during the day when she was sleeping, she would wake up to hear kids running up and down the stairs, laughing, or balls being thrown against the wall. But none of us were home at that time. One night, my younger brother Daniel woke me up to say he heard footsteps on the stairs. We both crept over to the railing. The landing overlooked the living room. There was no one there, but I distinctly saw large footprints coming up the stairs. Daniel slept in my room that night. A few weeks later, my youngest brother Billy was digging through his toy box when something pushed him in. There was no one around. He ran to Mom, but he was the only kid in the house at the time. My other brothers and I were outside. Though most of the strange events didn't happen to me directly, there are 2 incidents I remember clearly. Several times, my alarm would go off at the wrong time, but the clock would read the correct time, like 5:25. I would get up, take a shower, and wonder why I felt so tired. But when I returned to my room, the clock would say it was only 2 or 3 a.m. Another time, my brother Matt and I were building an igloo in the backyard. I felt like someone was watching me, so I glanced up at the house. I didn't see anything, so I went back to building. But the feeling lingered, so I looked again, and through my bedroom window, I saw the blinds bent as if someone was peeking through them. I stared at them for a moment, wondering if something was leaning against the blinds. And then they closed. There was no one else home. Since I moved into my apartment in Norfolk, Virginia, the building has changed owners 3 times. Each time, after the landlord renovates an apartment, strange things start happening. The most notable experience is the recurring "someone just entered the living room" feeling. It's happening more frequently now, and it's not just me who feels it, friends have noticed it too. For those unfamiliar with the layout of the apartment, it's shaped like an I or H. You enter through a small foyer with a closet, straight into the living room, about 20 feet by 12 feet. An archway leads into the hall/kitchen area, where the main kitchen is to the right. The hallway narrows, ending in a set of 3 doors, the bathroom on the right, the bedroom straight ahead, and a small pantry on the left. Because of the layout, it's hard to hear sounds from one end of the apartment to the other. To compensate, we have a wind chime outside on the front door, bells inside, and a wireless doorbell, though it rarely works. One evening, my friend Jay and I were in the bedroom on the PC, waiting for my husband to get home. While we were surfing the web, I heard what sounded like the wind chime or bells on the front door, as if someone had opened or closed it. Along with this, I felt the presence of someone entering the apartment. I checked the clock. My husband wasn't due home yet, so I brushed it off. About 20 minutes later, the same thing happened. I ignored it again. Another 15 to 20 minutes later, it happened again. This time, my friend looked at the living room and asked if my husband was home yet. "Nope, just the apartment acting up again," I said. She knew about the strange happenings and had experienced them herself. "But I heard the bells," she said. "Yep, he's not due home for a while." The bells rang a few more times that evening, and each time, the interval between them got shorter. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "That better be you, Jay!" To our relief, my husband walked into the bedroom, understanding exactly what had been happening. He'd experienced the eerie silences and strange feelings in the apartment too. It didn't stop there. Just this past week, I had to leave work early because I was sick and tried to rest at home. Every time I lay down, I heard something. First, a knock on the front door, something I couldn't hear from the bedroom unless it was a loud knock. Then, the doorbell rang, even though the batteries were dead in the sender unit. Next, someone knocked on the living room window, then the bedroom window. For about 3 hours, I tried to sleep but kept being woken up. The last straw came when I heard a loud knock on the front door. I jumped out of bed, rushed to the door, and threw it open, yelling, "What?" Of course, there was no one there. In August 2007, I was living in Malaysia but went back to Jakarta, Indonesia, for a summer holiday with my family. During our stay, my mum received news that my grandma, who was diabetic, had fallen ill. My grandma's house was in Medan, and since my aunts and uncles were taking turns to care for her, my mum sent me there to help for a few days. I had completely forgotten it was the Hungry Ghost month. In Chinese tradition, the 7th month of the year is when spirits leave hell to visit their families. People burn offerings, hell money, paper clothes, and food to keep these spirits happy, or else they might cause trouble. The day before I left, my mum stopped by a temple and got me a charm to keep me safe. She explained that my aunt, who has a sixth sense, had sensed something unusual at my grandma's house, especially after sunset. My mum asked me to keep the charm with me at all times for protection. I'm Christian, but I figured it couldn't hurt. So, I arrived at my grandma's house, a large, old home with a chicken farm out back and a spacious front yard. The house was old, and the layout was a bit creepy, especially the bathroom, which had a well right outside, and the walls were open with brick holes allowing you to see the farm. It was just me and my grandma in the house. On my first night, I asked my aunt to stand by the bathroom door while I took a bath since it was after 7 p.m. and very dark. That night, I slept on a bamboo chair, afraid to share the bed with my grandma, thinking I might hurt her. I kept feeling something poking me from underneath the chair, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination. The next morning, I went outside to wash my face at a tap near the bathroom, and while I was washing, I saw a tall, dark figure standing by the well. I quickly ran back inside. Later that day, when my grandma was napping and my grandpa was out, I was doing homework in the living room. I kept seeing dark figures, sometimes gray, moving from the bathroom toward me. I thought it was the housekeeper, but when I looked, no one was there. Then, while watching TV, I saw the figure of an old woman sit next to me on the couch. I glanced to my side, but the seat was empty, and the housekeeper was ironing clothes in the other room. At that point, I knew I wasn't imagining things. I told my mom, and since she believed in the supernatural, she sent my uncle to pick me up the next day. I was relieved, just one more night to get through. That night, I felt hopeful, thinking the worst was over. But it wasn't. I woke up around 3 a.m. to check the slow cooker that was making porridge for my grandma. The kitchen was next to the creepy bathroom, with the well outside. As I stirred the porridge, I heard the sound of chickens clucking from the farm, but then, a girl's voice started singing from the back door, just a few feet from where I was standing. My body froze, and I couldn't move. After a long moment, I gathered the courage to run back to my grandma's room and stayed there until my grandpa woke up to make coffee. That afternoon, my uncle finally arrived to take me to his house. I was exhausted from the lack of sleep and slept in the car. When we arrived, I crashed in my cousin's room and slept through the night. It was one of the strangest summers I've ever had, and I've never experienced anything like that in my grandma's house before. Now, when I visit, I make sure to stay in the living room where it feels safer. My grandpa always asks, "Why don't you stay the night next time?" I just laugh and say, "Maybe next time. Or maybe not." It was Friday, January 30th, and the van to Subic was 2 hours late. We were supposed to leave Manila at 6 p.m., but we didn't depart until past 8. Despite our frustration with the delay, we were still excited about the trip. The first hour of the journey was lively, with music and laughter filling the van. By the second hour, though, we were all getting tired from working earlier that day, so most of my office mates decided to sleep. We expected to reach the resort by midnight, but due to heavy traffic, it was already 1 a.m. when we were still on the road. We had entered a newly built expressway, and the surroundings were completely remote. Some parts of the expressway didn't even have proper lighting since the construction was still unfinished. I was sitting beside the driver, chatting with my best friend who was behind me, when the driver suddenly said, "Whatever happens, never look at the highway. Keep talking to your friend." We were both stunned and terrified. My friend looked down, trembling, and I tried to think about where exactly we were, and why the driver said that. I realized I had felt uneasy even before he spoke. I had been staring at the road and was puzzled by the fog we were driving through. Every time we passed through it, I smelled smoke. It couldn't be smoke from a fire because there was nothing burning nearby. It was also strange because it was pitch black outside, and as far as I knew, we were on sea level. Fog is more common in high, cold areas, not on the way to a beach resort. Despite feeling nervous, I couldn't resist looking at the road. I told the driver not to worry, joking that I didn't have my third eye open. But secretly, I hoped I'd see something. 10 minutes passed in silence, and still, I saw nothing. My friend and I stayed quiet while the others slept. Then the driver spoke again, saying everything was fine now. When we asked what had happened, he explained that for the last 10 minutes, a translucent child had been crossing the road multiple times, always appearing just in front of the van, almost causing us to hit it. But each time, the child would instantly disappear. The driver said he didn't stop because he had experienced the same thing before on that stretch of the expressway. He didn't ask anyone about it, but he suspected that a child had been run over in that area at some point. I just wish the child could move on, because these appearances could easily cause a serious accident. My parents built their house in the middle of nowhere, on land connected to my grandparents' farm. The land used to be pasture for cattle when my dad was growing up. The house was built from the ground up, and it wasn't easy. My parents spent a lot of time picking rocks and clearing the land, which was mostly sand, rocks, and snakes. My parents first lived in the basement, while the house was under construction. My mom claims that living there affected the house's aura. The house is divided into sections. The front faces north, the back faces south, with east and west sides having distinct activities. The basement had 2 bedrooms, one on the east side, my bedroom, and one on the west side, my younger brother's room. Mom and Dad's bedroom was on the west side, next to a tiny room that housed the water pump and hose, an area that was always filled with spider webs and had no door. In the early days, my mom dealt with snakes in the house, killing them as they appeared. One day, my dad killed a snake in the driveway, but it struck at him before it was killed, right as the sun set. Ever since I was born, there were no more snakes though. Mom has a lot of strange stories from when we lived there. One night, she said something was jumping on their bed in the west bedroom. She could see the bed bouncing, but when she looked, no one was there. Another time, she filled up the swimming pool for the ducks, but when she came back, the water had vanished without a trace. No wet ground, nothing. There was also a jogger who would run up to the house, but when we looked, no one was there. One night, after moving to the new bedroom upstairs, Mom woke up to flashes of light, like ambulance lights. But they seemed to come from nowhere and disappeared quickly. Another time, the house shook, and the phone rang with short, strange rings, but there was nothing outside that could explain it. It was too odd to be an earthquake, especially in Wisconsin. I have my own memories from when I was younger. My older brother used to tell me that a boogeyman lived in the basement and would come out at night. I was terrified, especially when I had to sleep in the west basement room. I'd lie awake, watching the doorknob, expecting something to come through. It was always eerie, especially at dusk, when I'd feel something watching me. When my cousin came over, we discovered the doorbell would ring on its own, often when no one was there. One Christmas Eve, my dad's girlfriend saw a strange light in the lawn. We tried to find out where it came from, but nothing in the house could explain it. The light appeared and disappeared on its own. That was a strange experience, especially since my dad didn't believe in anything supernatural. There's another odd story from when I was younger. On Christmas, Mom dropped off my two older brothers at Dad's house and got stuck in the snow not far from our place. As she walked toward the house, I saw a light above a tree. It looked like a candy cane. My brother saw it too. It lasted about 10 to 15 seconds, then disappeared, leaving the area dark again. For some reason, strange lights always seem to happen around Christmas. Now, even as an adult, I still live in the house. One night, my car horn started blaring for no reason. I ran outside to shut it off, but there was no explanation for why it started. Maybe it was the same mischievous spirit that liked to play with the doorbell. It was winter, so it definitely wasn't a joyful time of year for car horns to go off. Over time, I've noticed that most of the strange events occur on the west side of the house. The east side, where the driveway is, seems quieter. But when I stay in the house, especially on the west side, I can feel it, the quietness, the strange noises, and that sense that something is always just on the edge of perception. It's home, but it's never truly peaceful.